Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this brand new, spanking new, wonderful new episode of the Dictionary. I still got this allergy thing going on, and I don't like it whatsoever. I think these allergies can just go on and get the hell out of here. But I took some allergy pills, so hopefully it sort of seems like it's drying up. I don't know. Do you need to know this stuff? Yes, you 100% do need to know all of these things that I am telling you. Like, the first word in this episode is declarative. D-E-C-L-A-R-A-T-I-V-E. Wow, that was a terrible way to spell a word. Adjective from 1628. Making a declaration is a declarative act. Declaratory is a synonym. Declaratory, as in a declarative sentence. And that is a sentence that I am declaring that declaratively is an adverb. Let's see. The next word, we need to do a sound effect first, which will be Yeah, my nose is definitely a little stuffy. Declaratory is next. That was the synonym for declarative. Declaratory adjective from the 15th century. Number 1. Serving to declare, set forth, or explain. You are serving, you are making an effort to declare something, to set forth some information, or just to explain something. I am very declaratory in this podcast because I like to explain things. 2A, declaring what is the existing law, as in declaratory statute. So this statute declares something about the existing law. Law. 2B, declaring a legal right or interpretation, as in a declaratory judgment. And this is, I think all of these is all mostly used in the legal world of things. Next is declare. Verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. Declare. 1. To make known formally, officially, or explicitly. To make known. It's very formal, or it's official, or it's explicit. But it could be you're declaring something in one of those ways. What might you be declaring? Declaring that this is number 2, which is obsolete, and it's just to make clear. To make something clear is to declare. I wonder if those are related. Declare, clear. Yeah, but this is obsolete, so we don't really use it in this way anymore. It's time for the cat to sit next to me on this bench. 3. To make evident, and the synonym is show. Declaring this stuff to you. Number 4. To state emphatically, and the synonym is affirm, as in declares his innocence. He is showing that he is stating his innocence very emphatically, because if he wasn't so emphatic about it, then they might think that he wasn't innocent. So you got to be emphatic about your innocence. Number 5, to make what? To make a full statement of. I did not make a full statement of, not at first. To make a full statement of, and the thing that you are making a statement about is your taxable or dutiable property. It's taxable property or it is dutiable property. I think that's where we're using tax. Duty as in a tax. Yeah. Taxable or dutiable, depending on if you're in America or British. Yeah. Okay, that was that one. Number 6A, to announce as a trump suit in a card game. To announce in a card game, what are you announcing? You are playing a game that uses trumps. One of the suits is trumping all the other ones, so you are declaring that suit is the trump suit. What are they? Should we go through them? I think you probably know them. hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades. Those are the suits, and one of them is trump. There used to be a deck of cards that had a fifth suit, like a green one, and I would love to have one of those someday. Do you have one? I would like it. 6B, the synonym is the word meld, M-E-L-D. Like things melding together, they are being declared. I've never heard this. Unless it's related to the card game thing. Might be. I don't really play a lot of those trumping card games. I never really got into those. 7, to make payable, as in declare a dividend. It's something about numbers and money. Now we have intransitive. 1, to make a declaration is to declare. 2, to avow one's opinion or support. Avow one's opinion. So, if you're saying, I am giving you my opinion or my support on something, I am declaring that. 3, to announce one's intentions as to run for political office. So they were declaring, I am going to run for city manager. I am declaring that I want that position. As in the example, declared for mayor. See, there was an example right there. I didn't need to come up with one myself. Declarable is an adjective. Let's see, the etymology, it is from the Latin declarare. Declarare. That is from de plus clarare, which means to make visible. And that is from clarus, which means clear, and there's more at the word clear. So yeah, it's all about something making clear, visible, obvious. But what doesn't actually say what declarare means. It just says it's from clarare. That is the silliest word to say. Clarare. It's making something clear, obvious. It's time for synonyms. Synonyms, we love our synonyms. Oh, yes, we do. Ooh, ooh. Declare, announce, proclaim, promulgate mean to make known publicly. All of those things making known publicly. Declare implies explicitness and usually formality in making known, as in the referee declared the contest a draw. The referee can make it very formal and say, I say this contest is a draw, nobody wins. And we are being explicit about it. The next synonym, announce. That one implies the declaration of something for the first time. It has never been declared before. What? Amazing. As in, announced their engagement at a party. You are announcing it for the very first time so everybody can hear all together. Hopefully everybody's there and nobody misses the announcement. Proclaim implies declaring clearly, forcefully, and authoritatively. As in, the president proclaimed a national day of mourning. That's the sad mourning, not the day mourning. I've said that before, I think. They proclaimed it. So, yes, they are very official and they have authority in this situation. They can proclaim something. Ooh, what fun to have authority like that. The last one of the synonyms, promulgate. It's a fascinating word. It implies the proclaiming of a dogma, doctrine, or law, as in promulgated an edict of religious toleration. I think we do all need to be tolerant of people's religion and beliefs and customs and cultures. But when you start to not be so respectful of those other things, Audrey, I'm telling you this. Are you listening? Nope, she's not. But when you are not respectful, if maybe you're pushing your own beliefs on other people, that's when we start to have problems. So it's fine if you want to go do your thing, but just do it by yourself and not making other people do it. Be cool, man. That's all it is. A synonym for everything is the word assert. There's another synonym on top of the other synonyms. Synonyms all the place. Okay. I think that was my sound effect. Declarer is a noun from the 14th century. One that declares, specifically, the bridge player. This is the card game bridge that's got some trumps. The bridge player who names the trump and plays both his or her own hand and that of the dummy. I think I need to play a game where there is a dummy because I am the dummy all the time. Yeah, I have a lot of family who play bridge, and I just every time I'm like, yes, I'm gonna sit down and learn, and I never do. Someday. Next is declass. Transitive verb from 1888 to remove from a class. You got to get out of here, dude. Why do we have to remove you? You have been declassed, especially to assign to a lower social status. Yeah, we all got, there's all social statuses all over. I mean, it really comes down to money, right? Who's got more money? Who's got less money? That's what these classes are all about. And then if you lose your money, if you go down in your social status, you have been declassed. Can't we all just be classified together? Audrey, ow! Don't do that. Yes, that's probably what you're thinking as you're trying to nibble on my hand. Or maybe I'm not petting you enough. Okay, sorry about that. Next is déclassé. You could say it that way. Déclassé or déclassé. Décla or cla? Déclassé. I think déclassé makes much more sense because this is French. Déclassé. There is an accent on the very first E, down on the left and up on the right, and also the very last E, which is the same one. Boop. Adjective from 1887. 1. Fallen or lowered in class, rank, or social position. 2. Of inferior status. So yeah, this is very similar to the last one, declass, but we're putting our very rough American way to speak on that word. Yeah, it's from French. Yeah, it just means to declass. Same thing, just in a French way. Déclassé. Next is declassify. Transitive verb from 1945. To remove or reduce the security classification of, as in, declassify a secret document. Declassification is a noun. So this document has security around it. There's a classification of different levels of security, top secret, I don't know what the other ones are called, super secret, no, not for your eyes, stay away, buddy. That's one of them. But if you declassify it, then you are either getting rid of all the security classification or you're lowering it so more people can see it. And why is it secret? And, we're recording this during the time of 2022 August when the whole Trump took the documents to Mar-a-Lago thing. So there's all this talk of it's classified documents and I don't know if there's any declassification happening, but there's redactions happening, which is kind of, I guess that's kind of declassifying it in a way. You're changing it so other people can see it. Yeah. Mow. Next word is declaw. Declaw. Transitive verb from 1953. To remove the claws of, as a cat, surgically. You are surgically removing the claws of a cat. Probably a cat. More than likely a cat. If you're declawing a lobster, unless they're ill, I don't think they're going to like that one. So leave the claws where they belong. Okay, so one of our cats is not declawed. She has all of her sharp claws, which she was oh so nicely showing off before when she was sticking them in my arm. Yeah, that was you. But our other cat, who I got at a different time of life, does not have any claws. We did do the declaw process, and I feel really bad about that. I'm not going to lie. They told us what is involved, and a lot of people don't know this. So here is the PSA for today. When you declaw a cat, it's the equivalent of taking out, surgically removing I think taking out was kind of not the right way to say that. Surgically removing the very last bone of your finger starting at the last knuckle. So they're basically opening up the knuckle and cutting off the tendons and the ligaments and whatever, and that whole thing is going away. Because you can't just take out the claw. That's like taking off your nail. It's probably going to grow back and be painful. It is painful, actually, for them. You're removing part of their finger. A whole part of their finger. All of the fingers on all of the feet. It's getting removed. So it's a major surgery. It's more major than, when you take the 8-week-old cat or whatever to go in and get neutered or spayed. That's a relatively easy thing for them to come back from. But the decline is hard. And I'm a big supporter of not decline. Keep them trimmed. That's fine. But it's a big surgery for them. They don't like it. I've also heard that some cats, when you declaw, they start to use their teeth more, and that could be a problem. You just got to train them to use a scratching post so they don't go scratch up on your stuff. It's not that hard. Just get one. I've had the same one for like 15 years. All right. That was declaw. Let's do the declaw. Declension is a noun from the 15th century. Declension. 1a. Noun, adjective, or pronoun inflection, especially in some prescribed order of the forms. That sentence did not make any damn sense to me. Noun, adjective, or pronoun inflection, especially in some prescribed order of the forms, is a declension. Okay, my brain just shuts down on that. It probably makes sense to you, hopefully. 1b. A class of nouns or adjectives having the same type of inflectional forms. That makes a little bit more sense, but I think I do need some context. If you have any thoughts on that, if you can explain it in a better way, please call the Google Voice number in the show notes and leave a message, and I'm going to listen to it, and then I'm going to put it in an episode. 2. A falling off or away. Deterioration is the synonym. Declension. Okay. Number 3, synonyms are descent and slope, a thing that goes down and down and down. Declensional is an adjective. This is from, what is it from? It is from Latin declinatio, which means grammatical inflection or turning aside. I don't know what any of this even means. Grammatical, is it like the way you say a word? Inflection. Or turning aside, what does that even mean here? That's from declinare, which is to inflect or turn aside. Maybe it's a different definition for inflect than what I'm thinking of. I think there is one more word for this episode. Yes, there is. Howdy doody. Ma 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 ma. Noun from the 14th century. It is, did I even say it? Declination. 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 1. Angular distance north or south from the celestial equator measured along a great circle passing through the celestial poles. North or south. So wait, what lines are we talking about here? I feel like the dictionary could be a little bit more clear, because now I have to go somewhere else to find more information, and I feel like I should get enough from this. Maybe the dictionary needs to be twice as long. Angular distance north or south from the celestial equator measured along a great circle passing through the celestial poles. So is this the kind of line that goes around the Earth horizontally or vertically? That's what I'm missing here. Declination. Okay, number 2. A turning aside or swerving. So if you're about to hit a car, you're playing chicken, the first one to declinate, could we use that word in this context? Because they turned or they swerved around from the other car so they don't get hit, because that's a dumb game. 3, the synonym is deterioration. Deterioration, as in moral declination. Your morality is deteriorating. It's going away. You're becoming less moral, I guess. Yeah. 4. a bending downward. Yeah, so all of these are things moving away from something. A bending downward. The synonym is inclination. Well, that's not helpful. Inclination is the same as declination? This is like I just saw that TikTok video of the guy who learns that flammable and inflammable mean the same thing, and that's messed up. Why? I understand his pain. Number 5, a formal refusal. A formal refusal is a declination because you are declining. Decline, going down. Yeah, it's starting to make sense. Maybe you should have thought about that before. Number 6, the angle formed between a magnetic needle and the geographical meridian. The magnetic needle and the geographic, Declinational is an adjective, and the etymology says, let's see, Latin did I read? No, I don't think I read this. It's the same, it's similar. Wait a minute, is the same or is similar? Declinatio. Yes, they are using, so declension and declination are using the same word, the same etymology, but this time it says the definitions are angle of the heavens, and then also turning aside, which the other one did say. But the other one, the first definition was grammatical inflection, and here it is angle of the heavens. I don't know if I said angel of the heavens. I hope I didn't. That would make sense as well, angel of the heavens, but this is angle of the heavens. So it's an angle from maybe where you are to the heavens to somewhere else, something like that. Because from the heavens to you is a downward angle, because heaven is above us. That's what everybody knows. So it's declining down to our level. Word of the episode, it's everybody's favorite time. Today the words were declarative, declaratory, declare, declarer, declass, declasse, declassify, declaw, declension, and declination. I have to pick declaw as the word of the episode because I would not want myself to be declawed. I would have short fingers. I have a feeling they use their claws to grip things and run and jump and all those things, so they're very important to them, just getting around. But in addition to not having the claw, your finger is now shorter than it was before, so it's even harder for you to grip things. I never even thought about that part of things. The morning that we went to drop off our older cat, Bailey, who is the declawed one, we went to drop her off to get the spaying and the declawing, and the doctor said again, he said, I urge you not to do this, but we went ahead and did it anyway, and I'm sorry, Bailey, but she's just fine. Yeah, we're going to pick declaw as the episode. No, the word of the episode. Don't declaw, don't declaw. I really wish you wouldn't declaw. That is the time. That is the end of the episode. I hope you are enjoying this podcast. I know I am, and I'm the only one that matters. No, you matter too. You know what I mean. It just matters if I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun, why would I be doing this? Hope you have fun too. That's the goal. More fun, please. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. This is my podcast, and I am Spencer. Welcome to this show of the dictionary reading, chatting, talking, joking, musicking, singing, sillion. Yeah, that is what this is. We're just going through it, and then we talk about it, and we just have some goofy fun. The first word in this episode is decline. D-E-C-L-I-N-E. First form verb from the 14th century. Starting with intransitive. Number 1 is archaic. To turn from a straight course, and the synonym is stray. We typically think of decline these days as going down, but back in the day, the archaic times, if it just strayed around, left, right, whatever direction it is, that could also be a decline. And sorry, I'm still having this allergy sinus thing, so I'm still kind of stuffy sounding. 2a, to slope downward, and the synonym is descend. 2b, to bend down, and the synonym is droop. So you could decline your body. So when you go to try to touch your toes, which I try to do often, still can't really do it great. When you do that, are you declining? Drooping down to the feet. 2c, to stoop to what is unworthy. So if there is something unworthy, you are stooping down to its level, you are declining. 3a is talking about a celestial body, which would be something up in the sky, like a moon, a planet, a star. This one is to sink toward setting. To sink toward setting. So that would be setting down behind the horizon as the Earth is rotating. It looks like those things are sinking down. So it's declining to that position. 3b, to draw toward a close, and the synonym is wane, as in the day declined. It drew to a close, the time when it is the sleepy times. All the day has been done. Wane, it's like the moon wanes away when the sun, it's a tiny little sliver on the left side, and then it starts up new again on the other side. It's a little sliver, and then it what's it, wane and wean? No, wane. I know it. I don't know. Number 4, for decline. To tend toward an inferior state or weaker condition, as in his health declined. It went down and down and down into an inferior state and weaker, and that's hard for everybody. Also, as in morale declined. The morale of the team after the first half of the game, when they were losing, they lost their morale. It went down. So then the coach has to come in and give them a big, awesome pep talk. So their morale inclines, accelerates. 5, to withhold consent. To withhold consent, you don't give consent, so you're declining. Yes, I say, no, sorry, I do not agree with that. I will decline your lovely invitation to go to that party. Not for me. 6, to become less in amount. And the example is prices declined. To become less in amount. The amount of the prices is less than it was before. Right now, we've got inflation happening, so our prices are not declining. It's time for transitive verb definitions. Number 1, to give in pre-prescribed. Why did this? I was thinking prescription. No. To give in prescribed order the grammatical forms of. And the examples of those grammatical forms would be noun, pronoun, or adjective. So this is connected, related to, in the last episode, we had declension, and it was talking about nouns and adjectives and pronouns and all that stuff, and I was very confused. And so here it's giving us a little bit more information. To give in prescribed order the grammatical forms of, and that is worded silly, so it's extra confusing. It's something about the order of the nouns, the pronouns, and the adjectives. In declining order. Number 2 is obsolete, and 2a, the synonym is avert. 2b, the synonym is avoid. Avoid that thing over there. Decline it. I say no to you, thing over there. 3, to cause, to bend, or bow downward. To cause, to bend. So something can bow or bend on its own, or something can make something else bow or bend. Intransitive and transitive. 4a, to refuse, to undertake, undergo, engage in, or comply with. As in, decline battle. This is similar to the one that we had before, withholding consent. So yes, you refuse to undertake a thing to do or undergo or engage in something like battle, or you're also refusing to comply with. 4b, to refuse, especially courteously, as in decline an invitation. You are very, very nice about it. You say, no, I will politely decline because your political views are different from mine and I don't really want to hang out with you. But we should probably go and have a conversation. And, be cool. Declinable is an adjective and decliner is a noun. It's time for the synonyms. Oh, yeah, it's time for the synonyms. Oh, yeah, yeah. Decline, refuse, reject, repudiate, and spurn mean to turn away by not accepting, receiving, or considering. Decline often implies courteous refusal, especially of offers or invitations, as in, declined his party's nomination. But they wanted him to take that role. They were so excited. They nominated him and he said no. But he was very nice about it. Refuse suggests more positiveness and ungraciousness and often implies the denial of something asked for, as in refused to lend them the money. He refused. He said, no, I refuse. I'm a little confused by this. It's more positive and also more ungracious. It often implies the denial of something asked for. So yes, if somebody's asking for money and you say, no, I can't give you any money because you are being ungracious and I am being positive, I don't know. I refuse. Reject implies a peremptory, is it peremptory or preemptory? Peremptory refusal by sending away or discarding, as in, rejected the manuscript as unpublishable. Sorry, that thing you wrote, we cannot publish it. Why? Because we just don't like it. But other people might like it, so it's been rejected. No, sorry. Next is repudiate. It's the next synonym. Repudiate implies a casting off or disowning as untrue, unauthorized, or unworthy of acceptance. Repudiate implies a casting off or disowning as untrue, unauthorized, or unworthy of acceptance, as in teenagers who repudiate the values of their parents. They say they disagree with their parents' values. They're going a different direction. So they're repudiating. Spurn stresses contempt or disdain in rejection or repudiation, as in spurned his overtures of friendship. He expressed contempt or disdain. He rejected the overtures of friendship. So yeah, it's all about declining. Okay, this is the first time we're seeing a sound effect. We don't see sound effects. We hear the sound effects. Okay, we'll do na 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 na. Next is the second form of decline. Noun. Here you would say decline or also decline. Emphasis on the D. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The process of declining. 1a. A gradual physical or mental sinking and wasting away. It's just what's going to happen to most of us. Most of us. Not everybody is going to decline like this, mentally and physically sinking and wasting away forever. But most of us. Can't wait. 1b. A change to a lower state or level, as in the decline of the aristocracy. Did I read that right? A change to a lower state. Oh, yes. First, I thought there was a change to a lower state. The lower state is changing. But no, it's changing into a lower state or level. 2. The period during which something is deteriorating or approaching its end, as in an empire in decline. There have been many, many empires around the world at different times, and they have all ended. Or if one has not ended, it means we're probably in it at the moment. But it will end eventually because everything ends. Nothing has ever lasted forever that we know of. Number 3, a downward slope. Down, down, da down, down, down. 4. A wasting disease, but especially pulmonary tuberculosis. I guess they called pulmonary tuberculosis decline. You got the decline, you're in the decline. It's because your body is declining, you're wasting away. Another synonym for everything is the word deterioration. Deterioration. No. Next word is declining. Adjective from 1593, of or relating to the period during which something is deteriorating or nearing its end, as in her declining years. Those years were the years that she was declining and deteriorating. Na. Declinist is next. It's a noun from 1988. One who theorizes that a nation or society is in or is headed for a state of economic, political, or social decline. Okay, but it depends on when it is, right? One who theorizes that a nation, I think this is weird because the name of the person is they're a declinist. Doesn't that mean that they would believe that a nation is always in a state of decline? You can say that a certain nation at a certain point in time is in a state of decline, but you would just be temporarily a declinist. This one is weird to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay. Na. Declivitous is next. Declivitous. Adjective from 1799. The definition is moderately steep. Because we're in the DE section, I would assume that means moderately steep going down and not up. But, depends on where you're at on the thing. Are you at the bottom looking up or at the top looking down? Or somewhere in the middle? Then you got both. Declivitous. Na. Declivity is next. Noun from 1612. 1. Downward inclination. That seems like, couldn't you just, it's declination, it's declining. Downward inclination is down. 2. A descending slope. This is from Latin declivis, or they would say declivis, and that means sloping down, which is from clivus, which means slope or hill, and it is akin to the Latin word clinare, which probably means climbing or something. Na. Next word is deco, or deco, or deco. Deco, deco, or deco. DECO. Noun from 1969. The synonym is just Art Deco. Deco, that's how I say it. Who says the other ones? You have to go back to the A's to hear us talk about Art Deco. I probably didn't say a whole lot. I don't remember. It's kind of cool style. We were in a town in New Zealand that was all in the Art Deco style, and that was very cool. Na. Next is decoct. DECOCT. Transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To extract the flavor of by boiling. Decoct. That's how you extract the flavor of something. You boil it. So how do you gather the flavor up into a thing? This is probably using very complicated machines. I didn't know it was boiling. Decoct. Number 2, synonym. There's 2 of them. Boil down and concentrate. Concentrate very hard on the boiling down. This is from the Latin decoquere, which is from de plus coquere, which means to cook. And there's more of the word cook, so you're cooking something out of another thing. Decoct. I guess maybe, scientists, there's companies that have extracts. There was that whole movie about extracts. Scientists, food people probably know this term. I've never heard it before. Na 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 na. Decoction is a noun from the 15th century. 1. An extract obtained by decocting. It's a hard word to say, and it's a very odd word. 2. The act or process of decocting. Yes, there's a CT together. Decocting. All right, there's one more word for this episode. Na 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 now. This is a transitive verb from 1896. It would help if I told you the word. I always think I decode. Decode is the word. D-E-C-O-D-E. 1A. To convert as a coded message into intelligible form. 1B. To recognize and interpret. And you might be interpreting an electronic signal. 2A. It is the 3A definition for the word decipher. To be. To discover the underlying meaning of, as in decipher the play's imagery. I like it when I'm able to decipher a thing. I talked about that before. Decode the play's imagery. I saw the word decipher there. Decipher, decode, that's good stuff. Do we have any, maybe there's a thing that we can find about something decode? I don't know. Word of the episode. Let's pick one. We had today decline, declining, declinist, declivitus, declivity, deco, decoct, decoction, and decode. Let's see. What did I pick for that episode? I think maybe I picked one of those. I'm leaning between decode and decoct because it's a silly word and it's fun to take the extract of the thing. I don't know. Maybe we should just pick decode. Decode a thing. It uses your brain when you decode a message from somebody else. Oh, you could do that. You could make up messages with your friends, make up a little code, numbers and letters. That's super easy to do. And then you could write messages to each other, and they don't know what the message is unless they have the decoder ring. And but you have that. They don't have that. They don't know what the message is. That's a fun thing to do in school or any time of your life. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. This is the third section of page 323. It's a doozy, I tell you what. Yeah, there's some fun French words in here. Might be a little bit hard to pronounce. We will figure it out together. Okay, let's see. The first word is decoder. D-E-C-O-D-E-R, noun from 1920, one that decodes, especially an electronic device that converts signals from one form to another, and the example there would be unscrambling a television transmission. Why would this television transmission be scrambled in the first place? People not want to see it? Are they all scrambled? It's the decoder. You can also just be a decoder and figure out the messages that people send. Okay, it is sound effect time. I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember what I did yesterday, because I don't know. Okay, we're just going to go mooey. The next word is decollate. Decollate. There is a double L, decollate. It's a transitive verb from the 15th century. The synonym is behead. Beheading is getting rid of the head. Decollation is a noun. So why is this behead? Let's see. It is from the Latin verb decollare, which is from de plus collum, which means neck. And there's more at the word collar. Well, so first of all, I think it's interesting now we know where collar came from, although we might have talked about that a while ago. Collar is from collum, which means neck. The collar goes around the neck. I never thought about where that comes from. But also, we now know Decollate. Decollate is to remove something from the neck, and that would be behead. Why don't we use this word more often? Decollate. Muy. Next is décolletage. Décolletage, or you can say décolletage, or you can say, what? Are we combining things here? Décolletage. You can also say that, décolletage, but that's removing a whole syllable. It is spelled D-E-C-O-L-L-E-T-A-G-E. Décolletage. Oh, by the way, there is an accent on the first E, down on the left and up on the right. Noun from 1894. 1. The low-cut neckline of a dress is the décolletage. This must be related to the previous word. We'll find out. Number 2. A décolleté dress. And am I saying that correctly? Décolleté or décolleté. Yes, that's a décolleté dress is a décolletage. And then number 3 is the number 2 definition for the word bust, which is the first form of the word bust. Okay, what does the etymology say? It is French. It means action of cutting or wearing a low neckline. And that is a lot of words for one word. Action of cutting or wearing a low neckline is décolletage. I don't think I have anything like this. I don't wear décolletage clothes. Next word. It is décolleté. Décolleté, 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 yep. Or you can also, again, take off that extra syllable and say décolleté. Décolleté. That's interesting. This is the first form. In addition to the first accent on the first E, there is an accent on the last E, which is facing the same direction. This is an adjective from 1831. And, okay, so just for a frame of reference, décolletage is 1894. So was 60, almost more than 60 years later, décolletage. And so décolleté came first. 1. Wearing a strapless or low-necked dress. So is it if you are wearing one of those, then you would be décolleté. 2. Having a low-cut neckline. So the dress, the thing, if it has a low-cut neckline, would be described as décolleté. But then if we learn what we learned in the last word, the number 2 definition for décolletage is a décolleté dress. So that is where the adjective is getting used. Is the etymology any different? Sort of. It is from the French verb décolleter, which means to give a low neckline to. And then that is from de plus collette, which means collar. And that's obviously similar to the Latin. We had collum, which means collar. Collar. Yep. I guess collum also means... Oh, yeah, collum means neck, not collar. So, yep, that's all that it is. Next word is, again, I think it's pronounced décolleté. You can spell it with the accents or without the accents. This is the second form, noun from 1894. And the synonym is just décolletage. Muy. I don't know what that even word is. What word is that even? The next word is decolonize. No more French for us. Not right now. Decolonize. Transitive verb from 1963. To free from colonial status. Decolonization is a noun. To free from colonial status. So I guess so you could have a bunch of colonies and then you could get rid of them in some way and that would be decolonize. Or I'm thinking to the history of America. We had the 13 colonies and then they became states. So would making them states be decolonization? But there's also, countries will go around to other parts of the world and set up colonies. Yeah, I think, there's lots of different places that were British colonies or maybe are still, not sure. But then if they're not colonies anymore, then they would have been decolonized. Next word is decolorize. So it is the same word as the last one, but we changed the N to the R. Decolorize. Transitive verb from 1830. To remove color from. And the example is decolorize vinegar by adsorption of impurities on activated charcoal. Does vinegar have a color? I know there's white vinegar and I guess there's other vinegars, but so you have to decolorize vinegar by doing all that stuff? Or maybe the vinegar is used in something and then it gets color and then you have to decolorize that. Decolorization is a noun and decolorizer is a noun. Decolorizer decolorizes things with decolorization. Also, in photos and videos or whatever, if you decolorize something, you're going to make it just sort of black and white and grays. And that looks cool. Muy. Next is decommission. Transitive verb from 1922. To remove, as a ship or nuclear power plant, from service. You're removing something from service, and the most common examples of what might be decommissioned would be a ship or a nuclear power plant. Maybe it's very old, maybe it's just in bad shape, maybe there's something new coming in, something, you gotta decommission it. I have noticed that a lot of these words that start with D are transitive verbs because it's this action-oriented thing. Something or someone is taking the action of doing a thing, decommission, decolorize. So yeah, it seems to be a very common thing in the DE section. Muy. Next is decompensation. Noun from circa 1903. Loss of physiological or psychological compensation, especially inability of the heart to maintain adequate circulation. Decompensation. Okay, so what is it? Loss of physiological or psychological compensation. What does compensation mean in this context exactly? But then the inability of the heart to maintain adequate circulation. The heart is not giving all it can or getting everything it can so it can give all it can. So it's going through decompensation. Decompensate is a verb. Yeah, it's just the loss of the physical activity in the heart in this case is decompensation. Next is decompose. Verb from 1718. Starting with transitive. 1. To separate into constituent parts or elements or into simpler compounds. It's just something breaking apart into the smaller parts. There's an example. Oh, there's a couple. Decompose water by electrolysis. So if you use electrolysis on water, it can be or will be decomposed into other parts, elements, simpler compounds. Also as in, decompose a word into its base and affixes. Affixes. Yeah, we do that a lot. We look at prefixes like this word itself, decompose. We have decompose to be de and compose. But yeah, we break things down a lot. There's been a lot of those. Number 2, this synonym is rot. That's it for that one, just rot. But let's see. Yeah, when something's rotting, it is decomposing. It is breaking apart into other parts. There's funguses, that help with rot and insects and lots of things. Now we have intransitive verb, to break up into constituent parts by or as if by a chemical process. And the synonyms are decay and rot. As in, fruit decomposes. Yes, it does. Bye-bye fruit, no more. They did that test. I don't think I probably mentioned this before, but not for decay. They did that test where they just let McDonald's food sit out for a while. And because of all the preservatives in there, it doesn't really decay or rot. It just sits there kind of the same for months on end, if I remember correctly. I don't think that's something I really want to be putting in my body. Another synonym is the word decay. There's more stuff over back in that time period. Decomposability. Decomposability is a long word and a noun. Decomposable is an adjective, and decomposition is a noun. This is just what's going to happen to everything that's everything, really. I mean, even rocks, they unless there's nothing happening to them, they're probably going to decompose in some way. Water, even air, will erode piece by piece, particle by particle to the rocks. But that's not a very common one. But yeah, living things, humans, animals, dirt, trees, and all that stuff, produce, call them produce when you're out in the wild, fruits, veggies, things like that, all that stuff. It just decomposes. It's the best thing. And then the cycle starts all over again. It's glorious. Moo-wee-oo-wee-oo-wee-oo. Next is decomposer. This is a noun from 1959. I think it's just one long definition. Any of various organisms, as many bacteria and fungi, that return constituents of organic substances to ecological cycles by feeding on and breaking down dead protoplasm. And it says to compare to the word consumer and also the number 4 definition for the word producer. So there's producers and there's consumers, and decomposers are consuming, and then maybe they produce something later, but they're consuming the organic substances of a thing. And fungi especially, that's a big one, bacteria, all that stuff. They're like, oh, this looks like such a tasty meal for me right now. I'm going to chew on it and eat it and love it and break it down. Break it down. Yeah, that's what they do, and they're great. Next word is decompound. Decompound. You could also say decompound if you want to emphasize that part of the word. I think it depends on the context. Adjective from circa 1793. This is talking about a leaf. A leaf on a tree. Just one lonely leaf on the elm tree. It means having divisions that are themselves compound. So each division is a compound. It is a compound of what? Decompound. You'd think it would be getting rid of compounds, but no, it's not. So it's a leaf that has lots and lots of compounds that are compounded upon themselves. There is one more word for this episode. Muy, 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 muy. It is decompress. decompress. Verb from 1905, starting with transitive 1. To release from pressure or compression. Decompress. Oh, when I get home from the day of working, I usually have more work that I have to do, like this wonderful show that you are all enjoying so much. Maybe some other things too, but then it is time to decompress. Oh, the pressure in my head, the pressure all over, the pressure of the things, the psychological, all of that. It's time to decompress. I'm getting close to that part of today. Okay, number 2 for decompress. To convert to an expanded or original size. And the example would be a compressed file or a signal. So in the digital world, when you're sending either a signal, I'm more used to digital files. You sometimes have to compress it into like a zip file, and so it's easier sent, it takes up less space, and then somehow they figured out that you could do this in the first place, and then they figured out that you could decompress it or uncompress it, and then it goes back to its original form, thankfully. There is an intransitive definition which says, to undergo release from pressure, especially the synonym relax, as in need a week off to decompress. Even if you relax and you go on a vacation, sometimes you need a vacation from the vacation. At the time of recording, we are almost on our way to a trip to do some very, very big decompressing. Lots of decompressing for us. By the time you're hearing this, though, we are already back from our vacation, so I have to assume that it was just fantastic. Decompression is a noun. Somebody likes words of the episode. I think it might be you. Yeah. The words that we had today were decoder, decollate, decolletage, decollete, decollete, decolonize, decolorize, decommission, decompenssation, decommission, decompensation, decompose, decomposer, decompound, decompress. I forgot to mention this when I got to the word decomposer, but there is a great Monty Python song called Decomposing Composers. And it's I'll put in a clip because it's so good. Decomposing composers, there's less of them every year.
You can say what you like to Debussy, but there's not much of him left to hear.
But I think I'm going to pick decompose as the word of the episode. You know, decomposers are the ones who are making the decomposing happen, but, you know, decompose, I just like the all-encompassing, overarching definition of just what that is. Because it's all temporary, it's all going to go away. The process of decompose makes everything go away and then become something else. I don't like those songs, but they're fine. That is going to be the end of this episode. Yes, it is. Howdy doody, we did it. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Thank you so much for joining. If you like this podcast, you obviously need to buy some merchandise. It's on TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. Go ahead and buy all of the stuff and then give it out as gifts and then buy more and wear it yourself. If you want to give me a little bit of other money, hey, this is just all ways to make money, right? You can join the Patreon for $1 a month or $5 a month or even more if you're that crazy, and you'll get episodes early, and there's some exclusives, and eventually there will have to be some other things. But for now, you definitely get these early. Obviously, I would love it if you would share this podcast, subscribe to it, write up a review, and rate it with whatever stars you think are fair. And if you're listening to this now, then obviously it's the 5-star one. That's the only option for you. But yeah, write about what you think about the show, and also you can write about your favorite word or words, and that's fun. You could also talk about your favorite words in a voicemail if you call the Google Voice number 917-727-5757, I think. You can leave a message and talk about words, talk about just anything that you want, really. We can chat. That's fine. We talk about anything. And but if it's appropriate for the show, I'll put it in the show. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can follow me on social media at dictionarypod, Twitter and Instagram. Also at speedjampar on all the various things. Come say hi. Let's talk. Send me messages. Oh, and if you want to make your own little sound effect, go ahead and do that. Send it in all the different ways. If you want to make your own little, if you think you wrote a really good theme song or even a really bad theme song, send it in. That would be fantastic. You could do a theme song for the whole show. You could do a theme song for the synonym section when we get to one, for the word of the episode section, that's it. All right, the first word in this episode is decompression sickness. 2 words, noun from 1941. We have one long definition, only one. A sometimes fatal disorder that is marked by neuralgic pains and paralysis, distress in breathing, and often collapse, and that is caused by the release of gas bubbles in tissue upon too rapid decrease in air pressure after a stay in a compressed atmosphere. That was a lot. We'll go through it, don't worry. The example of the gas bubbles might be nitrogen. This is also called Benz, B-E-N-D-S. Also, would you say caisson disease? Caisson disease? It looks French, don't remember how to pronounce it. And you can compare it to aeroembolism, A-E-R-O, embolism, and I'm not sure if that's, I have to imagine that's an antonym, maybe it means the opposite. Aeroembolism, maybe, but it doesn't sound good. An embolism, maybe it's similar. Anyway, so this is what happens to usually scuba divers if they come up to the surface too quickly. The difference in pressure from the water level where they were at to where they're going to is changes very, very drastically. You don't need to go far into water to have a big pressure change. So when that pressure change happens, I guess your body doesn't really have time to adjust, and the nitrogen bubbles release and get into parts of the body that they are not supposed to be in, like your tissue. Not your Kleenex, your tissue. And it can literally, as the first words say, it can literally cause somebody to die. So that is why if you go scuba diving, you have to be certified. You have to take classes and tests and practice and do this the right way. You have to come up slowly, and maybe, I don't know if you have to go up and then go down a little and then go up and then down, but at the very least, you got to go slow. So, be smart. Because you don't want neuralgic pains or paralysis or have your breathing distressed or collapse or anything else. I have never been scuba diving. I think it would be cool. I'm a little scared because of this. But if you do it right, you be more safe than you think you should be, and I think you'll probably be okay. But I've never done this, so don't quote me on anything. Just know you got to be careful. All right, and it's a sickness because you're decompression. You're going from one pressure to a lower pressure. It's less pressure. I don't know how many people have done this, but if you dive down to the deep part of a pool, just your regular pool, maybe it's 10 feet down, there's quite a lot of pressure just 10 feet down. I've tried it when I was a kid, and it can take some effort to get down there. Your bodies are not meant to go down there. But when you got fins on and goggles and a breathing mechanism, it'll help you stay down there. But yes, I can't even imagine what the pressure is like. Na 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 na. Now, I don't know if I did this sound effect before, but we're doing it anyway. The next word is deconcentrate. Transitive verb from circa 1889. To reduce or abolish the concentration of. And the synonym is decentralize. Deconcentration is a noun. Yeah, we had decentralize. That's when you're moving things around from one place to another, like political authority and things like that. So deconcentrate, everything is maybe concentrated into one area, either physically or maybe more metaphorically, and then you got to deconcentrate it. If you have concentrated orange juice, you have to deconcentrate it. So it's regular orange juice, but I think you should just leave it like it is. Nah. Next is decondition. Transitive verb from 1941. 1. To cause extinction of. And the example would be a conditioned response. To cause extinction of. If you're causing the extinction of something else, you're deconditioning it. But what is a conditioned response? I feel like this is a specific example that I'm not so sure about. Oh, you are causing the extinction of a conditioned response. So what would be a conditioned response? When Pavlov's dogs were drooling from the bell? Is that a conditioned response? How do you decondition that? Causing the extinction, you're getting rid of the conditioned response. Yes, that makes sense. 2. To cause to lose physical fitness. When you're doing the physical fitnessing, you're conditioning your body to be used to these harder tasks physically. But then if you stop doing that stuff, you're deconditioning. All right, next word. No. The next word is decongestant. Decongestant. Noun from 1947. An agent that relieves congestion. And the example of the thing that is causing the congestion would be mucous membranes, or maybe the congestion is in the mucous membranes. And then you put a thing in there, and this agent, it's not a person, it's not that kind of agent. It's a thing, it's a chemical, a liquid, a whatever. It's a decongestant. Oh, yesterday I had the allergies bad. My whole sinuses were all swollen and stuffy and all that sucky stuff. I did take some allergy pills. It sort of worked. Decongestant is also an adjective. Next word. Ya. Decongestion. Noun from 1908. Yesterday, I had congestion. I didn't have decongestion. This is the process of relieving congestion is decongestion. Decongest is a transitive verb, and decongestive is an adjective. And that rhymes. Ya. Next is deconsecrate. Deconsecrate. Transitive verb from 1876. To remove the sacred character of, as in deconsecrate a church. So the church has sacred character. It is sacred to people for various reasons. But then if you are removing the sacredness of a thing, you're deconsecrating it. What do you have to do? Tear it down? There's other things I'm sure people could do. Deconsecration is a noun. Next. Deconstruct. Transitive verb from 1973. 1. To examine using the methods of deconstruction. And the things you might be examining are a work of literature. That's just one thing. Or it could be many things. Many works of literature. Examining using the methods of deconstruction is deconstruct. And we will learn about deconstruction in the next word. Number 2 for deconstruct. To take apart or examine in order to reveal the basis or composition of, often with the intention of exposing biases, flaws, or inconsistencies, as in deconstruct the myths of both the left and the right. The left and the right, are we talking politically? They have myths, they all have myths. That is a quote from Wayne Carlin. Carlin with a K. That was a long definition. To take, so you're taking apart, you're examining a thing to expose something. 3. To adapt or separate the elements of for use in an ironic or radically new way, as in uses his masterly tailoring skills to deconstruct the classics. And that is from Vogue. The, periodical? Is that what you would call Vogue? A magazine, a periodical? So what uses his masterly tailoring skills to deconstruct the classics? Okay, well, this seems to be about literature, the classics, this example, but the tailoring skills, how does that play into this? I think of tailoring as dealing with clothes. Are the classics the classic clothes? Maybe. Yes, separate the elements and then you maybe redo it in another way. Ironic, radically new way. You're having fun with it. You deconstruct. Number 4, synonyms are destroy and demolish, as in nations that are deconstructing themselves. That is a quote from Jim Hoagland. Nations that are destroying or demolishing themselves. Yep. Deconstructive is an adjective and deconstructor is a noun. A boa deconstructor. That didn't work so great. Na. The next word is deconstruction. This is a noun from 1973. The first definition is very long. A philosophical or critical method which asserts that meanings, metaphysical constructs, and hierarchical oppositions are always rendered unstable by their dependence on ultimately arbitrary signifiers. Also, an instance of the use of this method. And let's see, examples of the hierarchical oppositions could be between key terms in a philosophical or literary work. I would have to sit down with this for a little while to figure out what this actually means. But I think it's basically, if you just look at the word deconstruction, just deconstructing a thing. But yeah, okay, there's an example. A deconstruction of the nature-culture opposition in Rousseau's work. So you're looking at Rousseau's work, and there's an opposition between nature and culture, and then you're deconstructing it. So what are you doing? It's a critical method that you're looking at the stuff always rendered unstable. I don't know. I can't help you out there. I'll just reread the whole thing with the parentheses. Maybe it'll help some people. A philosophical or critical method which asserts, that just means that we're talking about it. It asserts that meanings, metaphysical constructs, and hierarchical oppositions as between key terms in a philosophical or literary work are always rendered unstable by their dependence on ultimately arbitrary signifiers. Number 2, the analytic examination of something as a theory, often in order to reveal its inadequacy. So it seems like it's all about finding something negative? I don't know. Yeah, deconstruction. Maybe we'll find a link to put in the show notes that talks more about it. Next is deconstructionism, noun from 1977, 4 years after deconstruction. And the synonym, it's just the number 1 definition for deconstruction. And deconstructionist is an adjective or a noun. Next is deconstructivism. Deconstructivism. Noun from 1988. It is often capitalized. One long definition again. An architectural movement or style influenced by deconstruction that encourages radical freedom of form and the open manifestation of complexity in a building rather than strict attention to functional concerns and conventional design elements as right angles or grids. And deconstructivist is an adjective or noun, often capitalized. So this I can understand a little bit more because it's more concrete. It's dealing with a more physical thing, which my brain likes. And so, yeah, it seems like it's more about what the thing looks like and less about its function, right? And there is an architect. I think it's Gary, Gehry. I can't think of his first name, but he might be considered a deconstructivist because all of his stuff is very flowy and just interesting to look at. And so what does this say? Architectural movement or style. It's influenced by deconstruction, so that's the philosophical or critical method. And it encourages just freedom of form. Freedom of form, that's what it's all about. Just have fun with it. Open manifestation of complexity rather than paying strict attention to functional concerns. That would be things, it has to make sense, it has to function in a proper way. No. We're not going to pay so much attention to that, although it will function, just not in the standard way. It's going to have some fun form. Yeah. No. Next is decontaminate. Transitive verb from 1936, to rid of contamination. And the example of that would be radioactive material. Getting rid of the radioactive material is decontaminate, because it's contaminated. Decontamination is a noun, and decontaminator is also a noun. Next is decontextualize. Contextualize. Transitive verb from 1977. To remove from a context. Why would you want to remove something from its context? It depends. There's lots of examples probably. Decontextualize. I don't think this is a word that I really use in my day-to-day life. There is one more word for this episode. No. It is the word decontrol. Decontrol. Transitive verb from 1919. To end control of. Ending the control of a thing is decontrol, which is also a noun. I like words, and one of them is the word of the episode. So today we had decompression sickness, deconcentrate, decondition, decongestant, decongestion, deconsecrate, deconstruct, deconstruction, deconstructionism, deconstructivism. Man, this episode might win the award for most words with the most syllables. Decontaminate, decontextualize, and decontrol. I do think that we will need to post a picture of some deconstructivism pieces of architecture, because I think that would be cool to see. But what is going to be the word of the episode? Let's see. I do like things that help me not be so congested. Deconstruct. The deconstruction thing, that was pretty interesting. I do like the architecture. Which one is jumping out at me? I think maybe we'll just pick... that's a weird one. Decompression sickness? Should we pick that? Because it's when you go scuba diving, you get to see cool things. You get to see fish and other living creatures down there and coral and maybe a ship. And then it's really, really important to not get decompression sickness. It's really, really important not to get decompression sickness. Yeah. All right, I think that's going to be a fine place to end this episode. Thank you very much for joining me. I do appreciate you listening to this. I also understand that maybe not so much for you, but definitely for me, this gets very repetitive. It's the same thing all the time, but it is fascinating. I do love going through this whole thing and learning all this stuff, and I hope you like it too. That's why I call this, again, maybe it's not for everybody, edutainment. I hope it's semi-entertaining, and more so I hope it's educational. There's always going to be something new around the bend. Next episode, the one after that. Yeah, it's the alphabet. It's constantly changing and evolving. You change. I don't know. What am I trying to say? You don't care. You don't get it. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another exciting episode of the podcast called The Dictionary. And if you didn't know that it's called The Dictionary, then I think you need to go look at the name of the thing that you're listening to right now. This is the top of page 324. The first word is, you could say this a few ways. You could say decor, 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 or decor, decor, or decor. Decor. It all depends on the context and who you are and how you say things. I usually say decor because I talk about the decor so frequently. But there's, decor, decor, decor. Decor. You can spell it D-E-C-O-R, or you can put an accent on the E, which is down on the left and up on the right. Noun from 1897, 1. A stage setting is the decor. The stage has been decorated with things. 2A is the number 2 definition for the word decoration, which is coming up. 2B, the style and layout of interior furnishings. How is the interior furnished? What's the layout? What's the style? It's just the interior, not the exterior. You can't say the decor of the outside of your house, I guess. You know, you do you. But according to the book, you cannot do that. This is from the French verb décorer, which means to decorate. Ooh. That'll be the sound effect. The next word is decorate. Decorate. It's a transitive verb from 1531. To add honor to. So I think this is talking about usually the military or something like that. And the honor, are you getting an extra little flag pin? Are you getting some extra stars on your shoulders or your collar? What is it? What you're being decorated with additional honors. 2, to furnish with something ornamental, as in decorate a room. You are putting something ornamental in the room. It has been decorated with decor. 3, to award a mark of honor to, as in a soldier decorated for valor. A synonym is the word adorn. You can adorn your place with so many things, and you can decorate it. A lot of people love to do this. It's a lot of work for me. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but you can go to the store and see what do you want to decorate your house with this year or this season. You can change it up all the time. I've been to houses where people change the decorations for each sort of season or holiday. 4th of July, Easter, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything throughout the year. They're constantly changing their decorations. The decorating is changing. Yeah, as we saw in the previous one, it is still from the French word, but it doesn't actually mention it. What it does mention, though, is the Latin verb decorare, which is from decus, which means ornament or honor, and there's more at the word decent. I wonder why the etymology is different for these two things, because I'm sure it's basically the same. The French word decorer probably came from the Latin verb decorare. Decorare. I don't know, it's a silly word. Okay. Do I have anything else to say about decorate? I don't know. You got to find your style. If you don't know what it is, find it. Go see what you like. I'm pretty flexible. Ooh. Next is decoration. Noun from 1585. 1. The act or process of decorating. Decoration. 2. something that adorns, enriches, or beautifies. And the synonym is ornament. A lot of people all over the world, at a certain time of year, they buy a tree. They put it in their house, and they decorate it. They put decorations. They decorate the tree with decorations. What kind of ornaments do you have? You can tell me if you want. We had a lot of random weird ornaments. There were some of the standard like shiny balls, but not a whole lot of those. I know some people just only decorate their trees with those. We had lots of random things, but I liked it. Number 3, a badge of honor as a U.S. military award. So they decorate you with a decoration. I think it'd be great if instead of putting, I don't know, like a pin or a medal or a star on your jacket thing, that they put on some sort of Christmas tree ornament. Ooh. Next is Decoration Day. 2 words, capital D for both of the words. Noun from 1871. The synonym is Memorial Day. I didn't know about this. This is from the custom of decorating graves on this day. So Memorial Day, at least here in America, they might have this in other countries too. It's the day where it's the memorial for all the people who have died in war. I think that's, yeah. And so they would typically go to visit their graves and maybe decorate them with flowers or other things that the person liked. And so I guess it's also called Decoration Day. Was it originally called Decoration Day? Is it just known as Decoration Day in places? Maybe it became Memorial Day later. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes. For some reason, my headphones, it sounds very weird, and I don't understand why. Is it my head? It could be. Is it the headphones? It could be. I don't know. Ooh. Next is decorative or decorative. Decorative or decorative? Yeah. Adjective from 1791. Serving to decorate, especially purely ornamental. It's just there for the ornaments. There's no purpose behind it. It's just decorative. Don't worry about it. It's like the parsley on your plate. It's just decorative. Don't worry about eating it or anything like that. Yeah. Let's see, what other examples are decorative? Just things you put up on your wall typically are just decorative. It just looks nice. Decoratively is an adverb, and decorativeness, I think that's how you'd say it, decorativeness is a noun. Ooh. Next is decorative art or decorative art. 2 words, noun from 1853. 1. Art that is concerned primarily with the creation of useful items. This is interesting. The examples of these useful items is furniture, ceramics, or textiles. And this is usually used in plural. So I guess it would be decorative arts. And I find this fascinating because it's about the creation of useful items. But if you go to the word decorative, it's purely ornamental. So the useful items and purely ornamental, those don't click in my brain. Those are kind of opposites. One of them is practical and one of them is not. So yeah, I think it's just fascinating that we use decorative art for something that's useful. Number 2, objects of decorative art are decorative art. Decorative art. Yeah, we definitely have decorative art. Well, we have things that are decorative. Oh, doesn't this word sound funny to you? It sure does. Yeah, we have things that are just purely decorative because we think they look nice. But yeah, decorative art, making things that are useful. Well, when I was a kid, my mom would take pieces of furniture, chairs, tables, things like that, and then she would paint them with very fun, colorful things, designs, and whatever. So That's probably decorative art because the art on it is decorative, but the thing was useful. You could still use it. Next word, ooh. Decorator. First form, noun from circa 1755. One that decorates, especially one that designs or executes interiors and their furnishings. If you don't know what your style is, or if you don't know how to make it happen, you can hire a decorator and they're going to come in and decorate your whole place. Maybe they can help you find the style that you like. Ooh. Next is the second form of decorator. Adjective from 1950. Suitable for interior decoration, as in decorator fabrics. It's suitable, so you can't use it outside because, you gotta think about the rain and the wind and the snow maybe. So decorator fabrics, I've never heard of this one before. Just the kind of fabric that you can use inside for decorations. Maybe it's curtains, maybe it's a chair, a couch, a love seat, a sofa, a bed, blankets, pillows, chaise lounge. Ooh. Next is decorous or decorous. It is spelled Decorous. Decorous or decorous. Adjective from 1653. I like that both of those pronunciations are here because I wouldn't know. I would go back and forth in my brain. Which one? Which one is it? This is marked by propriety and good taste. Ho, propriety and good taste. Well, they have good taste over there, so they are decorous. There's a synonym, which is the word correct. And I have a bit of an issue seeing something that says good taste and correct. Oh, are you saying that their taste is correct and my taste is bad and incorrect? Because, it is, but that's not nice. There is an example, decorous conduct or decorous conduct. So the conduct that the way that they're conducting themselves, maybe with other people, is good taste. They are being correct and nice, which is good. You don't want to be undecorous. Decorously is an adverb, and decorousness is a noun. There is etymology. It is from the Latin decorus. The same? No, it's not. It's spelled a little different, which is from decor, which is also Latin. How did we not see this one before? Decor is Latin, and that means beauty or grace. And it is akin to the Latin decere, which means to be fitting. And then there's more at the word decent. That stuff is decent and good and correct and beautiful and gracious. Decorous. There is a word. I'm not sure if it's this one. Oh, maybe it's this one coming up. Maybe it's that one. We'll hold on to that. Ooh. Next is decortication. Decortication. It's spelled like it sounds. Noun from circa 1623. 1. The act or process of removing the outer coverings from something. And the outer coverings might be bark or husks, and then you are removing them from maybe fiber or seed. The act or process of removing the outer coverings as bark or husks from something as fiber or seed. Decortication. We are going to have to learn more about this. So I think, let's see, decortication, the cation or the ication, I think that sort of means the removing. But then what's the decor or the decort? I hope we find out soon. 2. The surgical removal of the outer layer or covering of an organ or structure as the brain or a kidney. The outer layer or covering. So what's the outer layer or covering of the brain? It's the skull. Maybe there's some sort of outer layer or covering, but I feel like it's the skull that they're talking about here. And then the kidney. I don't know if the kidney has some sort of special outer layer or covering, but maybe there must be something in there. Decortication. Decorticate is a transitive verb, and decorticator, you'd probably just say decorticator, is a noun. All right, what does the etymology say? It is from the Latin decorticare, shocking. That means to remove the bark from. So taking away the bark from a tree is decortication. That is from de plus cortic or cortex, which means bark. Okay, cortex is bark. I wonder if that's related to the brain. Do we need to go back to the word cortex? It would be really great, Spencer, if you had a better memory and you could actually remember every single thing that you read here. That would be the best type of brain to have for this podcast, because then you just remember everything. Okay, we're going to look for cortex real quick. It will be right over here in this section that I'm looking at. Here we go. Oh, there's a bunch of them. The outer layer, superficial part of an organ or bodily structure, like the cerebral cortex. So somehow this is definitely connected to bark, the plant bark or rind. There's a lot of stuff going on here. How did it go from bark to the thing in your brain, or the outer layer of a thing? That's kind of interesting. But yeah, you getting rid of it? Decortication. Ooh, 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 ooh. Next is decorum. Noun from 1568. 1. Literary and dramatic propriety. And the synonym is fitness. Literary or dramatic propriety? So are you fitnessed in the literary and dramatic world? I don't know about that one so much. Number 2, propriety and good taste in conduct or appearance. Yeah, you have lots of decorum if you are. I just feel very proper when I think of the word decorum. Then the next one, number 3, the synonym is orderliness. Yeah, so if you're disorderly, you do not have decorum. I much prefer to be in the non-decorum world. But, sometimes, most of my life, I have to have some sort of decorum. I have to be orderly, have to be proper, I have to be not jumping out in the middle of, I don't know where I'm going with that. Number 4, this is plural, so it would be decorums, I guess. It is the conventions of polite behavior. Just all of the polite behavior things is just it's the decorums. Next word. Ooh. Decoupage. 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 And if you like the accents, you can put one on the first E. Whoop. That's the sound it makes. Noun from 1946. 1. The art of decorating surfaces by applying cutouts, as of paper, and then coating with usually several layers of finish, like lacquer or varnish. All right, you're putting paper on a thing, and then you put a bunch of liquids on it to make it stay. I guess that's what it is. I've definitely heard of this. I've never done it. We will post, I should say I, because I'm the only one who's doing this, I will post a picture of decoupage on social media at dictionarypod, Instagram, and Twitter. And there's also Facebook. 2. Work produced by decoupage is decoupage work. Decoupage is also a transitive verb. This is from the French, découpage. Surprising. So surprising that that's a French word. It literally means act of cutting out. So I guess this paper, cutouts. It's been cut out. So maybe it's different shapes. So it's the act of cutting out is découpage. It is also from the Middle French découper, which means to cut out. And that is from de plus couper, which means to cut. And there's more at the word cope. Next word. Ooh. Decouple. It's couple with a DE. Transitive verb from 1938. To eliminate the interrelationship of. And the synonym is separate. This could be lots of things. It could be a relationship with people. It could be, I think they probably use it more for more just physical objects or molecules, or I'm thinking maybe they say decouple when they're talking about things like that. I don't know. But yes, there's a relationship happening, and then you're eliminating that relationship. You're separating the things, so they have been decoupled. I guess if you get a divorce, you could say, yeah, we decoupled. We're no longer a couple. We have one more word for this episode. We got two forms. Ooh. Decoy. You could say decoy or decoy. I've never heard it pronounced that way. Decoy? First form, noun from 1630. 1. A pond into which wildfowl are lured for capture. This is one I've never heard of before. You lure the fowl, the birds, into a decoy. Maybe it's a decoy, and then you capture them. I mean, I'm not a fan of that. I will definitely say that, but I have definitely not heard of it used in that way. That one must be a little older. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go through the memory banks. Have I ever heard of some sort of thing like that used as a decoy? No, I don't know if I have. Okay. 2. Someone or something used to lure or lead another into a trap, especially an artificial bird used to attract live birds within shot. This is the one that I'm familiar with. I think this is the one that most of us are familiar with. So you use the decoy to get them into the decoy. 3. Someone or something used to draw attention away from another. So it's not about capturing in this case, or being shot, or killed, or murdered. It's just about distracting. This is probably, it says probably, it seems pretty definite to me, probably from the Dutch decoy, which is 2 words. The first word is DE, and the second word is KOOI. So it must be pronounced something like decoy, and that literally means the cage. So the first definition is actually the most accurate of the definitions in terms of the etymology. It's literally the cage that they are being lured into. But then eventually it just became the thing that lures the other thing. Decoy. Ooh. Next is the last form of decoy. It's also the last word of this episode. It is a transitive verb from 1648, to lure by or as if by a decoy. And the synonym is entice, and there's another synonym, which is the word lure, L-U-R-E. So yeah, decoying with a decoy to the decoy. And maybe one of those is pronounced decoy. It's time for the word of the episode. Let's do it. Yeah. We had today decor, decorate, decoration, decoration day, decorative, decorative art, decorator, decorator, decorous or decorous, decortication, decorum, decoupage, decouple, decoy, decoy. Well, decorations are fun. It's not my favorite thing to put them up, but once they're up, it's great. We put up a lot of decorations for Halloween, and it's just always looks so fun and creepy. There's bats and things. I mean, there are some things we just never take down because, we're adults. Let's see. So, yeah, decorations are good. What else did we have? Decortication, I thought that was interesting. Removing the outer layer of a thing. Maybe if you take off your skin, you are doing decortication. Decoupage, that probably looks cool. We will post that on social media. Not a big fan of the decoys. Don't like it when animals are getting trapped and killed. So we're not going to pick that one. So what is that leaving us with? Decortication, decoration. Let's see, there's so many different forms of decoration. There's decoration, decor, decorate, decorative art. Oh boy. I think we will pick decortication as the word of the episode, just because it's fun and interesting. I don't want you to take off my skin. I don't want you to do decortication on me. Yeah. I'm trying to have fun. I hope you are too. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary every single day. Every single day, these episodes are happening. Right up into your face and your ears, that's where this is happening. The first word in this episode is decrease, or decrease. You can emphasize the first syllable or the second syllable. D-E-C-R-E-A-S-E. First form. Yep, my little paperclip is covering the little tiny one. It is a verb from the 14th century, starting with intransitive. Yes. To grow progressively less. And what? Less what? Less in size, less in amount, less in number, or less in intensity. Decrease. Let's see. Decrease. No. Okay. Transitive is just to cause to decrease. So you can make something decrease, and that would be transitive. Or if you are the thing decreasing, if you are shrinking, maybe as you get older, your body is shrinking like it tends to happen, and then you are decreasing in size. Decreasingly is an adverb. The etymology says this is from the Latin decrescere? No, decrescere. Decrescere. That is from de plus crescere, and that means to grow. So you put the de in front, and it's basically to shrink. There's more at the word crescent. Yeah, I remember crescent. It's to grow, and I was a little confused by that one. Synonyms. Oh yeah, synonyms. Decrease, lessen, diminish, reduce, abate, and dwindle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words. They all mean to grow or make less. Decrease suggests a progressive decline in size, amount, numbers, or intensity, as in, slowly decreased the amount of pressure. Lessen suggests a decline in amount rather than in number. So not so much number, but more amount, as in, has been unable to lessen her debt. That's very sad for her. She needs to be able to lessen her debt because I don't think anybody should be in debt. So decrease is size, amount, numbers, or intensity, but lessen is more amount than numbers. Diminish emphasizes a perceptible loss and implies its subtraction from a total, as in, his visual acuity has diminished. That's another thing. As you get older, your visual acuity is probably going to diminish from the original total that you used to have when you were a young, spry person to what it is now, which is less. Reduce implies a bringing down or lowering, as in, you must reduce your caloric intake. Everybody's different. It depends. Do you want to lose some weight? Then yes, you should probably reduce your caloric intake. Do you need to gain weight? Then no, you need to increase your caloric intake. No decreases there. No decrease, lessen, diminish, reduce, abate, or dwindle of caloric intake. Abate, A-B-A-T-E. It implies a reducing of something excessive or oppressive in force or amount, as in, the storm abated. It decreased, it lessened, but yeah, specifically something that's oppressive in force. Dwindle applies progressive lessening and is applied to things growing visibly smaller, as in, their provisions dwindled slowly. They are dwindling. You can watch them dwindle away to nothing. You need some more provisions. Come on, let's get some more provisions. Second form of decrease, noun from the 14th century. 1. The process of decreasing is a decrease. 2. An amount of diminution. Diminution. Do we want to say this word a different way? Diminution? I think it's diminution. That's a fun word. The synonym is reduction. An amount of diminution is a reduction. Next is decree. I decree there is a decrease. First form, noun from the 14th century. 1. An order, usually having the force of law. So the people who enforce the law, they are putting out a decree because they have the legal force. 2a. A religious ordinance enacted by council or titular head. So this is a religious thing. They have decreed something. But again, the council or the titular head, there's somebody, something, some group, something at the top of this as the one who is making the decree happen. They have some authority in the situation. 2b, a foreordaining will. Foreordaining is all one word. So it's a will, there's a will, if there's a way. It's ordained in the forethought. I don't know. 3a, a judicial decision of the Roman emperor. Again, got somebody in authority who's making a thing happen. I decree that you shall all listen to this podcast. 3b, a judicial decision, especially in an equity or probate court. This is from the Latin discernere, and that means to decide, which is from de plus cernere, which means to sift or decide, and there's more at the word certain. So yep, they've decided this is a thing that's going to happen. We want it now. Next is the second form of decree, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To command or enjoin by or as if by decree, as in, decree an amnesty. Is that an amnesty was when you're all like, the two sides are like cool with each other now? Hey, we got an amnesty. We have decreed an amnesty. That's very, very nice. 2. To determine or order judicially. Judicially? Judicially. As in, decree a punishment. Yeah, this is definitely the force of law situation. They're decreeing the punishment to the person who did something wrong, supposedly. They believe that they did. Intransitive, it's just the synonym ordain. Decreer is a noun. Pop. Next is decree law. 2 words with a hyphen. Noun from 1926. A decree of a ruler or ministry having the force of a law enacted by the legislature. The legislature makes a law, and then because of that law, then the ruler or the ministry can say, hey, look at that law over there. We think that we need to decree a thing based on that law. Pop. Next is decrement. D-E-C-R-E-M-E-N-T. Noun from 1610. 1. A gradual decrease in quality or quantity. A decrement. This seems like an older version of decrease, basically. But this is a gradual decrease. Uh-oh, my money is gradually decrementing. 2A. The quantity lost by diminution or waste. There's that word again. The quantity lost. So if you're wasting something away, if there's diminution to a thing, then the amount lost is the decrement. 2B. The amount of decrease as of a variable. Is this a math variable? The amount of decrease as of a variable. Decremental is an adjective. Oh, I'm feeling very decremental in the head. Next word. Pew. It is decrepit. And I'm just remembering, I think somebody was it this word or a different word? They may have requested to be on this episode, and I apologize if I missed this, but they could have been a different word too. Maybe I'll figure that out later. Decrepit. It's a good word. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Wasted and weakened by, or as if by, the infirmities of old age. So yeah, you're getting older. You're getting older. Your body is shrinking. Your muscles aren't getting the right stuff. Your eyes are going away. Your hearing's going away. All the stuff. Everything is just shrinking and being all decrepit. And, if you want to feel better and have a healthier body for longer, just eat better and do some physical exercise. Do some muscle stuff if you can, if you're physically able to. It's just you're going to get less decrepit than you would otherwise. That's my goal. I'm working on it. I'm doing some exercises. I'm doing some jogging. I'm doing some push-ups and muscle things and all that good stuff. It feels good. It feels good, actually. 2A. Impaired by use or wear. And the synonym is worn out. At the end of the day, I feel worn out and decrepit. 2B. Fallen into ruin or disrepair. A building, it's the first thing I think of. A building can get decrepit if it's abandoned, if there's nobody in there. Yeah, it's going to fall into ruin or disrepair. Things are going to start breaking apart. People gotta keep it up. They got to keep it up. Fix things. Otherwise, it's going to be a decrepit building. 3. The synonyms are dilapidated and rundown. Again, like a building. Also, maybe we can find a picture of a decrepit carnival or something. Maybe one that's just not being used anymore for maybe decades, if that even exists. We'll post that on social media if we can find it. Yeah, dilapidated. A synonym for everything is the word weak. Decrepitly is an adverb. Pew. Next word is decrepitate. Decrepitate. This is a verb from 1646, starting with transitive. To roast or calcine so as to cause crackling or until crackling stops. And the example that you would be roasting or calcining is salt. This is not something that I am familiar with at all. To roast or calcine so as to cause crackling or until crackling stops. You want to cause crackling or what? I don't know. Intransitive says to become decrepitated. And decrepitation is a noun. This is from the Latin verb decrepitare, which is from de, plus crepitare, which means to crackle. And there's more at the word crepitate. Ooh, crepitate. Should we listen to what I said about that one before? Crepitate. To make a crackling sound. That was it. It's just to make a crackling sound? Crepitate. Decrepitate is, you're gonna not have so much of the crackling sound. Ooh, this must be in the lungs, I think. Okay, we gotta move on to the next word. Poo. Decrepitude. Noun from 1603. The quality or state of being decrepit is decrepitude. Oh, your attitude is so decrepit, so you got a decrepitude. Bye. Next is decrescendo. decrescendo. First form, noun from 1877. 1. A gradual decrease in volume of a musical passage. And 2. A decrescendo musical passage. This is Italian. It literally means decreasing. And it's from decrescendum, which is a gerund of decrescere. And then, of course, we know, because we read it before, crescendo is the opposite. It's when it's getting louder. So we have all these DE words, and these are going to last for a long time. Should we find out? When do we get out of the DE section? So basically what I'm thinking is we're going to basically read the opposite of a lot of the words in this book. It's not always if you put DE before a word, it becomes the opposite. And sometimes to make the opposite of a word, it's you put something else in the front, maybe IN or UN. But a lot of these are going to be the opposite. So let's see. The last of the DE words is all the way. It's going to air on December 1st of 2022. So it's like 4 maybe 4 months of the DE words. So we're going to go through like a lot of the words in this book and learn what the opposite is before we get to the actual word. Maybe it's just me. That's just how I think. There is another form of decrescendo. Pew, 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 pew. This is an adverb or adjective from 1877 with a decrease in volume. And this is used as a direction in music. So please play this part, gradually decreasing in volume for this amount of time. One more word for this episode. Ba. It is decrescent. decrescent. Is there a decrescent roll? It's a roll, a tasty, pastry, doughy roll that doesn't exist. It's a decrescent roll. Adjective from 1610. Becoming less by gradual diminution. And the synonyms are decreasing and waning. Yep, it's just from, it means to decrease. Words of the episode-sodes. Today we had decrease, decree, law, decrement, decrepit, decrepitate, decrepitude, decrescendo, and decrescent. I think I'm just going to pick decrepit as the word of the episode because it's a very good word. And if I remember correctly, I think They Might Be Giants may have used this word in a song or something similar. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but maybe I'll put in a clip.
Don't interrupt me as I struggle to complete this thought. Have some respect for someone more decrepit than yourself.
And I'm just going to sing, as I get older, I'm feeling more decrepit. That's the end of the song for decrepit. Okay, that's going to be it for today. Thank you so much for listening. Join me, won't you, tomorrow? Won't you join me? Tomorrow, join me, won't you? Tomorrow, won't you join me for another episode, an exciting episode of this podcast where we are reading the dictionary And, I will mention I am starting to work on scheduling a couple of people who have another podcast. They have a podcast of their own. Eventually, I may be a guest on their podcast, but I'm going to get the two hosts to be on probably separate episodes. I don't know, maybe within the next month or so, you'll probably hear them. I'll give you more information later, or you'll just come across it randomly and you'll be so excited. Okay. That is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. What? How are you? How did you get here? I thought I locked the door. Hello, how are you? Let's talk about the words in this episode. The first word is decretal or decretal. Emphasize the first syllable or the second syllable. Decretal, decretal, D-E-C-R-E-T-A-L, noun from the 14th century. The synonym is just decree, but we have especially a papal letter giving an authoritative decision on a point of canon law. And if we look at decree, there was definitely something about there's the Roman emperor and force of law. I feel like I remember seeing something about a papal something. Maybe not. That was yesterday. Go listen again if you want. Or if you haven't heard it, go do that. Let's see. It's from the Lower Latin decretalis, which is of a decree, from the Latin decretum, which means decree. Sound effect time will be qua. The next word is decretive. Adjective from 1609, having the force of a decree. And the synonym is our next word, decretory. And it's just has the force of a decree. Something, if you are decreeing something, there's some authority behind it, and there's a lot of force, and the force of that is decretive. Qua? Next is decretory or decretory. Decretory is fine too. Is this about a decree again? Adjective from circa 1631, relating to or fixed by a decree or decision. Yep, it's all about the decree world. It is decretory. Decretory, decretive, decretal. Who knew? Who knew there were all these decree words? Qua. Next is decriminalize. Decriminalize. It is a transitive verb from 1969. To remove or reduce the criminal classification or status of. That would be, of course, of a thing. So there's a thing, and it is illegal, but the decriminalization part of it is that you are getting rid of any criminal classification to that illegal thing. So it's still illegal, it's just not a criminally illegal act. It's a little weird. We do have more to this, so we'll get to that, but there's sort of different levels, and if there's something there's lower than criminal, and I'm not going to do a good job describing this, but there's a thing that's like, oh, you just pay a fine and it's fine. It's fine. But then if it's a criminal thing, then it gets a lot more serious. You have to pay a lot more money. You're probably going to have to go to some sort of trial or judge or something like that. And then I'm sure there's levels above that even. So we have especially to repeal a strict ban on while keeping under some form of regulation. So there's still some form of regulation on this illegal-ish thing, but it's not as strictly banned as it was before. As in the example, decriminalize the possession of marijuana. And this has been happening a lot. I mean, there's some states that are completely legalizing it. There are other states or cities that haven't gone quite that far. Some are legalizing the medical use of it, and some, even below that, are just decriminalizing it. So it's still illegal, but you're just going to get a fine or something relatively low if you're caught with it, which is a whole lot better than going to jail for years and having your whole life ruined. So it's at least a step in the right direction. There's even cities, I think it's just cities at this point. There may be one state that has or is talking about decriminalizing other things like the mushrooms. It's a step in the right direction for things like that if you're a fan of that stuff. Decriminalization is a noun. Yep, you're just undoing the criminal part of it. That's the D part. Why? Next is decry or decry. So you're still emphasizing the second syllable, but the first syllable is D. You're going to say the same thing the same way, aren't you? Decry? What is die? It's decry. Don't worry about it. Transitive verb from 1614. 1. To depreciate officially or publicly. And the example of the thing that is depreciating is a coin. So the value of the coin is depreciating if you decry. Number 2, to express strong disapproval of, as in the example, decry the emphasis on sex. So you are expressing strong disapproval of any sort of emphasis on sex in that specific example. Decrier is a noun. The etymology says it is from Old French décrier, which is de plus crier. It looks like crier, but it's just more French than that. And that just means to cry. So crying out, verbalizing a thing, especially in that number 2 definition. But it's the DE means it's more, it's negative. So in the first one, it's depreciating the value. In the second one, you're expressing disapproval. And if you want more information, I will give it to you right now because it's time for the synonyms. Decry, depreciate, disparage, and belittle mean to express a low opinion of. You're saying, oh, I don't like that thing. I got a low opinion of that over there, so I'm going to decry, depreciate, disparage, and belittle it. Decry implies open condemnation with intent to discredit, as in, decried their defeatist attitude. So they're condemning, openly condemning, and trying to discredit the defeatist attitude. Depreciate implies a representing as being of less value than commonly believed, as in, critics depreciate his plays for being unabashedly sentimental. They are saying that it's implying a representing as being less value. Yeah, they're saying it's not as good. It's not great. The value is not so good. Here, that's what we're saying. Disparage implies depreciation by indirect means, such as slighting or invidious comparison, as in, disparaged polo as a game for the rich. So what are you saying? You're saying that polo is a game for the rich, which is largely true because they can afford horses. But it's implying depreciation by indirect means such as slighting or invidious comparison. So you're comparing it. It just you've got a negative attitude about it. Belittle usually suggests a contemptuous or envious attitude, as in, belittled the achievements of others. Well, yeah, because you were envious of their achievements. You wanted those achievements. Maybe you should go out and get some achievements and don't spend your time belittling other people's achievements. Quoi? Next is decrypt. D-E-C-R-Y-P-T. Transitive verb from 1935. It is the number 1A definition for the word decode. That's what the synonym is, and you got to go back a few episodes if you want to hear that one again, because I'm not going to read it to you. It's not my job. Decryption is a noun. It is from, de plus cryptogram, or the crypt from a cryptogram or cryptograph. Either one of those. Decrypt. Yeah, it's a cryptogram. It's like a thing that's all hidden, and you're undoing the hiddenness. Qua. Next is decubitus ulcer. Decubitus. It's two words. The first word is decubitus. Decubitus. Noun from 1946. The synonym is bedsore. So it's an ulcer that is decubitus. It's a lot harder to say. Do the medical professionals say decubitus ulcer? Decubitus ulcer. Are they going to say 6 syllables, or are they just going to say bedsore, which is 2 syllables? This is from decubitus, which is New Latin, which means position assumed in lying down. So, yes, when you are lying down. So it's an ulcer that happens when you are in a position of lying down. It's a much more medical way to say it. Let's see, an ulcer, it's a thing. I don't know, how do you describe that? Well, I don't know, I haven't read the word yet, but you can get them in your stomach and intestines and on your skin, and it's just not a good thing. Next is decumbent. It is an adjective from 1656. 1. Lying down is decumbent, so that must be related to decubitus somehow. The first 4 letters are the same. It's not a lot of letters, but it's close. But yeah, we'll get to the etymology soon. Lying down, decumbent. I think I've heard of recumbent. Recumbent? There's recumbent bikes, is that the word? Decumbent. You're just lying all the way down. Number 2 is talking about a plant reclining on the ground, but with ascending apex or extremity. So the plant is just chilling on the ground, but then certain parts of it stick up, I guess. Okay, the etymology. This is from the Latin verb decumbere, and that means to lie down, which is from de plus cumbere, which means to lie down again. To lie down and to lie down, with a de or without a de. It's also akin to the Latin verb cubare, and that means to lie, probably just like lie down, but in different ways maybe, because it doesn't say down. Decumbent. Next word. What is this word? Decuple. Decuple. D-E-C-U-P-L-E. Decuple. Adjective from 1613. Number 1, the synonym is tenfold. So if something is 10 times bigger than the other thing, then it would be decuple. Decuple, I've never heard of this one. Number 2, taken in groups of 10. And I would love to hear an example of this. When does this get used? This is from the Latin decem. The DEC is from decem, which means 10. And the uple is from uplus, U-P-L-U-S, which it's like quadruplus, which means quadruple. But what does uplus mean? Decuplus? I don't know what it's saying, but it's just 10 times. Yeah. Qua. Next is decurion. D-E-C-U-R-I-O-N. Decurion. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A Roman cavalry officer in command of 10 men. Didn't know we were going to see more 10 things, but I should have predicted it. We're almost to the end of the DEC section. In fact, the end of this episode is the end of the DEC section. So, decurion, yeah, the DEC is probably 10. 2, for decurion, a member of a Roman Senate. And I do remember we had some word I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but yeah, there was something that started with DEC, and it was the 10 Roman people in the... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it real quick, but you probably remember if you're listening to these in order, which clearly you are. Decurion, let's see, from the Latin decuria, which is a division of 10. Yeah, great, wonderful. Quai? Next is decurrent. So it's current, the word current, with a D-E. Decurrent, yeah, adjective, from circa 1753. Running or extending downward along the stem, as in decurrent leaves. They're running or extending downward, so they're just hanging out down the stem. There must be certain kinds of plants with leaves where this just happens. It's just the way that they're built. Probably a reason. This is from the Latin verb decurrere, which means to run down, which is de plus currere, which means to run, and there's more at the word car. So if you're running down a hill, you are decurrent. Wow. Next is decurved. Curved with a D-E. Adjective from 1835. It's just curved downward or bent down. Decurved. Lots of things just curve downward. It's like a hill. Curves downward. As in, a decurved bill. That would be a bird's bill. I think most of them curve down, the top part at least, and maybe the bottom part curves up a little bit, but in general, their bills curve down, a lot of them at least. So yeah, decurved bill. That bird has a decurved bill. That's it for that one. Quoo, quoo. Next is decussate, or decussate. Is that how you say it? Decussate? Yeah. D-E-C-U-S-S-A-T-E. Decussate. Verb from 1658. The synonyms are intersect and cross. The etymology says it is from the Latin verb decussare, which means to arrange crosswise. So if you're putting things together in a crosswise, crisscross, intersecting way, they would be decussate. It's also from decussis, which means the number 10, or the numeral X, which in Roman numerals is 10. Also intersection, and then, ooh, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so a cross is an X, or I should say an X is a kind of cross because it's two things crossing. And then is that why? Oh, that's why the number 10 in Roman numerals is an X, because it's crossing and it's the verb decussare, which starts with a D-E-C, which is 10. I don't know. There's something else going on I feel like I'm missing, but I think we're figuring something out here. It also means intersection from the DEC, from decem plus ASS or AS, which is a unit, and there's more at the word ace, so it's a unit of 10. A unit of 10. This is fascinating. Decussate, although I think decussate probably seems, that makes more sense to my brain. It's just crossing things is decussate. Qua. The second form of decussate or decussate is an adjective from circa 1823, and it is arranged in pairs, each at right angles to the next pair above or below. And the example is decussate leaves. So, yeah, I think I've seen these before, where maybe there's two leaves on the side of a stem, one on one side and one 180 degrees on the other side, but then the next pair of leaves below those are rotated 90 degrees, and so they're filling in the spaces that where the leaves are not. So that means there's room for the sun to come down on them and the rain, so everybody gets what they need. Decussate, and they're crisscrossing, Yeah, you get it. You get it. We have one more word for this episode. Qua. It is decussation or decussation. 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 Noun from circa 1656. 1. The action of crossing, especially in the form of an X. And the example would be nerve fibers. So the action of crossing nerve fibers, especially in the form of an X. When are you crossing nerve fibers? Number 2. A crossed tract of nerve fibers passing between centers on opposite sides of the nervous system. So this just happens naturally. The nerve fibers are crisscrossing all over your body, and it's decussation. But I don't know if you can physically do this. Maybe a doctor will do this. I don't know. But that's decussation. I think it's time for a word of the episode. The words today, and I'm going to have to read the pronunciations for most of these because it changes a lot depending on where the emphasis goes. We had decretal, decretive, decretory, decriminalize, decry, decrypt, decubitus ulcer, decumbent, decupal, decurion, decurrent, decurved, decussate, decussate, and decussation. Well, there was a lot of fun words here. I was not prepared for that. Some interesting ones, some shout outs, decussate for sure, the crossing and the X and the 10 and all that was very cool. Let's see, what else was particularly interesting? There were some. The decubitus ulcer, I like knowing the real name for that now. And I think I am going to have to pick decriminalize as the word of the episode because I think that people should not have to become criminals for very, very minor offenses. And, whether or not you think they should be offenses in the first place is a whole other ball of wax that we won't get into. But I think more things should be decriminalized. I don't know about these songs. Should we try it again? Nah, that's fine. We're just gonna leave it at that. I'll try and simplify them and maybe make them a little bit better. Or maybe you love how terrible they are. That would be fantastic. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Oh yeah, this is so much fun. I hope you're having so much fun. And you when you hear these words, you are just gonna your brain will explode with excitement. If I would like to tell you some things like, please go rate and review this podcast on Apple Podcasts and all the other places. Go ahead and give it the stars that you think are worthy, which is more than likely 5 stars. And just talk about what you think of the show, what you think about me, what you think about what you had for breakfast, what word you like in all the languages. That would be wonderful. Share this podcast with people you know on the various social medias, email, letters, all those things. YouTube, you could put a video review on YouTube. You could make your own video and talk about that. What else can you do? You can call the Google Voice number 917-727-5757. Leave a message and maybe it'll get in an episode. And what else? Email dictionarypod@gmail.com. Instagram, Twitter is @dictionarypod. You could also check out @speejampar if you want to see some other silly stuff. You can watch these on YouTube in chunks of 10. In fact, I forgot. I got to get one up. It's a couple days late. I got to get that going there. What else? Merchandise. Go in the show notes, click on the link to buy some merchandise, and find some videos of me talking backwards and other fun things like that. Okay, the first word in this episode is dedicate. Actually, this one is dedicate. Dedicate. It's spelled D-E-D-I-C-A-T-E, first form, because the next one will be dedicate. This one is an adjective from the 14th century, and the synonym is just the number one definition for the word dedicated, which is coming up soon. This is from the Latin dedicare, which means to dedicate, which is from de plus dicare, which means to proclaim or dedicate. I proclaim, I am dedicating, this episode is the one that has the word dedicate in it. It also says there's more at the word diction, D-I-C-T-I-O-N. Diction, like that's you're speaking, your diction. How is your diction? The sound effect will be something like rah. The second form of dedicate is pronounced dedicate or also dedicate. Dedicate, if you want to say it, dedicate. It is a transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To devote to the worship of a divine being. Specifically, to set apart to sacred uses with solemn rites. And the thing that you might be setting apart is a church. To set apart a church to sacred uses with solemn rites. So that church is, you can only use it for sacred things. Okay, number 2A. To set apart to a definite use. As in, money dedicated to their vacation fund. That money has a very specific plan in its future. It has to pay for the vacation. I think this is something that everybody should do if they can. A lot of people can't, unfortunately. Definite use. Okay, now 2B is probably similar. To commit to a goal or way of life. As in, ready to dedicate his life to public service. That is a very good thing to dedicate your life to. I think more people should do it. I should probably do more of it, don't you think? Yes, probably. This is currently as close as I get to public service, but I think I could be better. I think we all can be better. Every day I'm trying to be better. Commit to a goal or a way of life. Yeah, I think everybody could do something, change if they want to. We got to be clear about that. If you want to, you can do something. So, if it's health-wise, you can dedicate your life to eating better and exercising, or maybe it's sleep. Maybe you don't get enough sleep, so you can dedicate your life to sleeping more. 3. To inscribe or address by way of compliment, as in, dedicate a book to a friend. Is this book dedicated to anybody? I'm pretty sure it's not. Who would even get who would be the one that the dictionary gets dedicated to? If somebody could make a dictionary and dedicate it to me, I think that would be fantastic. But yeah, the dictionary ain't going to be dedicated to anybody. There's a lot of authors and there's a lot of people. Maybe someday I'll write a book and I will dedicate it to somebody. Maybe we'll do a raffle or what do they call it? An auction. Whoever pays the most will get the book dedicated to them. And then all the money will go to charity. 4, for dedicate, to open to public use. So that's if there's a new store, there's a new something or other, it's got to be dedicated so now the public can come in. Let's see, there was maybe 3 years ago or something, in a short period of time, I just happened across 2 dedications. No, one of them was an accident and the other one was not. But yeah, it just saw two store dedications, and that was kind of fun. One of them, I think they used Brussels sprouts as the thing to cut. It's fun when they have fun with it, either the thing or the scissors. wasn't there one where there was like a turtle chewed through something to dedicate it? There is another synonym, which is the word devote. Dedicator is a noun. Next is dedicated. Adjective from circa 1600. 1. Devoted to a cause, ideal, or purpose. And the synonym is zealous. Zealous? I think it's zealous. Zealous. As in, a dedicated scholar. They just want to learn all the stuff. They are devoted to all of the scholarly things. This definition is the one that was the definition for the first word dedicate. So somebody who is dedicated is a dedicate. Number 2, for dedicated, given over to a particular purpose, as in a dedicated web server. That web server is only to be used for this particular purpose of internet things. Dedicatedly is an adverb. Ruh-roh. Next is dedicatee. It's I said dedicatee, but it's more dedicatee. Dedicatee. Noun from circa 1770. One to whom a thing is dedicated. A thing is dedicated to a person, and that person who it's been dedicated to is the dedicatee, and the person who is doing the dedicating is the dedicator, or just the dedicator. Next is dedication. This is a noun from the 14th century. 1. An act or rite of dedicating to a divine being or to a sacred use. 2. A devoting or setting aside for a particular purpose. I think ships, I wonder if we're going to see a ship example in here, but yeah, ships, they get dedicated when they smash the champagne bottle on it, which is such a waste, but it's being devoted or set aside for a particular purpose. Maybe that this one isn't great for the ship, but it's being devoted. It's devoted. Devoting or setting aside for a particular purpose is dedication. The money used for the vacation fund. You have you're doing a dedication to set it aside. That might be a little weird. 3. A name and often a message prefixed to a literary, musical, or artistic production in tribute to a person or cause. So you can do the act of dedicating. You can dedicate a thing, a work of art, to a person, and then that thing, it has been dedicated. That thing is called a dedication. The dedication, a lot of movies, maybe somebody passed away during the making of a movie, they'll have a dedication at the end, or we said like a book. 4. Self-sacrificing devotion, as in her dedication to the cause. She is so dedicated to a certain cause. What might that cause be? I am a particular fan of animal rights and the climate change, the environment. And so if you are sacrificing something about your own life, then that would be a dedication because you're so devoted. 5. A ceremony to mark the official completion or opening of something, as a building. So the whole party thing that's happening is the dedication, and it will be dedicated. Dedicatory. 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 That is an adjective. Next is de-differentiation. De-differentiation. Noun from 1915. Reversion of specialized structures as cells to a more generalized or primitive condition, often as a preliminary to major physiological or structural change. Okay, what? Reversion, so that's something that's being reversed, I think. Reversion of specialized structures as cells. So cells are specialized structures and they are being reversed, I think, to a more generalized or primitive condition, Okay, so as the body grows, I'm just thinking of a body or something, the cells become, there's liver cells, and then there's hair cells or something, brain cells. They all give a very specific thing. But in this situation, they are going to a more primitive condition, often as a preliminary to major physiological or structural change. I don't know what context this would happen in. It might not be in your body. It could be. But yeah, something, the cells are like, nope, we are going to go back to the way we used to be. We're not going to differentiate. We're going to de-differentiate. We're going to go through the process of de-differentiation. Come on, guys. Let's go de-differentiate. That is an intransitive verb, de-differentiate. Raw, 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 raw. Next is deduce. This is, the British say deduce. Deduce. This is a transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To determine by deduction, specifically to infer from a general principle. And we haven't gotten to the deduction. We're going to get there soon, but yes, it's let's see. Well, it's the process of elimination, kind of. You're saying, well, not that, but maybe it's this. And so that whole process is deducing. Number 2, to trace the course of. To trace the course of. What sort of course might this be? Deduce. A synonym is the word infer. Deducible is an adjective, or deducible. And this is from Latin deducere, which literally means to lead away. Leading something away, like the rats or the snakes. That is from de plus disducere, which means to lead. So you put in the de, and it's to lead away. It's a very subtle difference, leading people or something, or leading them away from something. And there's more at the word tow, T-O-W, like you gotta get your car towed, which has happened to me. Next, raw. We have deduct, D-E-D-U-C-T, transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To take away from a total. And the thing that you might be taking away is just an amount, like money. To take away an amount from a total. And the synonym is subtract. That's what deduction is. It's making something less than what it was before. Number 2, the synonyms are deduce and infer. You can deduct and deduce is the same thing? Leading away. Yeah, I guess if you're leading the money away that's being deducted from your account with your debit card. Ree. Next is the first form of deductible. Adjective from 1856. Allowable as a deduction, as in expenses that are deductible from taxable income. This took me a while to sort of figure out. I'm not sure if I still understand it, but I think I do. When you're doing your taxes at the beginning of the next year, you can, let's see, how do I describe this? You have made a certain amount of money, but you've also spent money, and we won't get into all the details, but basically, a certain part of the money that you've spent, depending on your job, could be deducted from the amount of money that you've made, which means that the taxes you owe will be less. You won't have to pay as many taxes because the amount of money that's being taxed is less money. That's why people really like deductions, the things that are deductible, because it's being deducted from the money that you have made. Deductibility is a noun. I hope that made sense. That description. Rah, 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 rah. The second form of deductible is a noun from 1929. Just one definition. a clause in an insurance policy that relieves the insurer of responsibility for an initial specified loss of the kind insured against. Also, the amount of the loss specified in such a clause. And this is why I don't understand so many aspects of insurance, because of sentences like that. A clause in an and I should note, deductible is like the thing, it's like you can pay, you pay a certain amount up to, throughout the year, but then after that, they cover the rest of it. I think that's the deductible, right? Yeah, I'm going back into my health insurance things. I've had to, you say, okay, like a $1,500 medical insurance deductible, all your medical payments, you pay up to $1,500, and then anything after that, the insurance pays for, and you're done. Hopefully you have the $1,500 or whatever it is. Some are a lot more, some are maybe less. So it's a clause in an insurance policy that relieves the insurer of responsibility for an initial specified loss. Okay, so it's worded so silly, but I'm sure it's accurate, like I've said many times before. It's saying the insurer, the company who has the insurance policy is saying, no, this initial amount of money, we are not responsible for that, but you, the user, the one who has this insurance policy, you are responsible for this certain set of money first. Then we will be responsible after that. Next is deduction. Noun from the 15th century, 1a, an act of taking away, as in deduction of legitimate business expenses. Those business expenses have been removed. They have been taken away. 1b, something that is or may be subtracted, as in deductions from his taxable income. See, that's it. That's the income that's taxable, and then it's being deducted, so you pay less taxes. It's a deduction, and it is deductible. Unless you don't know what those words mean with those suffixes, then you are going to be very confused by that. 2a, the deriving of a conclusion by reasoning. You are coming to a conclusion and you are using your brain. You are thinking very hard and you're using your reasoning skills to come up with this conclusion. So this process is deduction. But specifically, inference, in which the conclusion about particulars follows necessarily from general or universal premises, compared to induction, which seems like the opposite. That specifically didn't really help. Inference, you're inferring something in which the conclusion about particulars follows necessarily from general or universal. Wow, that's just not helpful. I mean, the way that I think of it is, okay, you got some options of possible conclusions. Say, okay, well, it's like multiple choice. Okay, that one doesn't make sense and that one doesn't make sense, so we are left with these couple options. Okay, we have deduced. It comes down to this. Or, Sherlock Holmes, he deduces a lot. He's doing the process of deduction, and he says, okay, well, because of this specific thing, that means this. Okay, I can look at a person and see this thing about them, and I have deduced that, they have this personality trait, or they have this part of their life, they have this type of person in their life, or whatever. I think I need to use deduction more. Number 2b, a conclusion reached by logical deduction. That's what it is, just right there. So you can use the process of deduction, and then the conclusion of this deduction process is also called the deduction. Next is deductive. Adjective from 1665. 1. Of, relating to, or provable by deduction. So if you can use this whole process, that specific situation is deductive. 2. Employing deduction in reasoning. You are being deductive by using deduction in a deductive situation. It has been deduced. Deductively is an adverb. There is one more word for this episode, which is the very bottom of page 324. And, if we wanted to be all clean and nice about this, we would move it to the next episode. But because it's still on this page, I am 100% going to leave it in this episode because that's how I do things. And let's have fun with the sound effect. What should we do? Rah, rah, sis, boom, ba, rah, 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 rah. It is the word D. D-E-E. Noun from the 13th century. Number 1, it is just the letter D. Number 2, something shaped like the letter D. Is the D. For the number 1 definition, the letter D, they use a lowercase d, which is italicized. And then number 2, something shaped like the letter D, is a capital D, and it is not italicized. I don't know what the difference is here. But it's the D letter. Words are fine and great, and we're gonna pick one. I need a new beginning to those things. You also don't need to do it every time, Spencer. You're just making your life harder. The words today were dedicate, dedicate, dedicated, dedicatee, dedication, de-differentiation, deduce, deduct, deductible, deduction, deductive, and D. Well, it's fun when a store is dedicated or a building. It's good to be dedicated to things. I am very dedicated to this podcast. I would really like to not stop. Sometimes I get very frustrated. I think, this is terrible, which is objectively true, and nobody wants to listen to it, so why am I still doing it? I'm doing it for myself? Okay, let's keep it up then. Let's keep on doing it. But yeah, we got a lot of ways to go, so I have to be dedicated. Dedication, deduce, I do like the act of deducing things. You feel pretty good about yourself when you've been able to deduce a solution to a thing or a conclusion. Let's pick dedicated. I think that's a good one. Dedicated, 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 be dedicated to the things you love. I think that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. So much. I will not be able to record for a little while. It doesn't mean anything's going to change on your end because these episodes are going to still be coming every single day. But when I come back to record the top of page 325, it's going to be like a week and a half later, at least. And, I might be a whole new person. I might not even remember how to do this podcast anymore. But yeah, we're going to get into some good words. And yes, we are still on track to have some guests coming up. So hopefully that should be soon. I think I should stop talking. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Bye-bye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Hello, what's up? All right, so other than the last word in the last episode, this is the full beginning of the DEE section, which actually isn't that long. Goes for what? 2, 3, almost 3 episodes full. It is, yep. All right, the first word is deed. D-E-E-D, first form, noun from before the 12th century. 1, something that is done. Just anything that is done is a deed, as in evil deeds. Evil deeds. I don't know why they picked that. Just anything that's done. There are lots of deeds. 2, a usually illustrious act or action. And the synonyms are feat, F-E-A-T, and exploit, an illustrious act or action, as in a hero's daring deeds. They were very illustrious. Feats of heroism. They were his exploits. It's also just the same as the number 1. It's just a thing that's done. The hero's daring deeds. Odysseus, what did he do? He did lots of things. He defeated other gods and goddesses or something. Those were very deeds. 3. The act of performing, and the synonym is action, as in righteous in word and in deed. That's in deed, not indeed. That would be a whole different word. The act of performing action, righteous in word and in deed. I don't know. I think I need more context for this one. 4. A signed and usually sealed instrument containing some legal transfer, bargain, or contract. And it's a little bit weird that they have the word instrument in there, but I guess from a legal standpoint, that's technically the right term. It's a document. I would call it a document. Deedless is an adjective. Oh, you have nothing to do, no things to do, you are deedless. This is from the Old English don, which means to do. So a deed is a thing to do. Brrr. The second form of deed is a transitive verb from 1758, and it is just to convey or transfer by deed. And that would be the number 4 definition, a signed and usually sealed instrument containing some legal transfer, bargain, or contract. So if you're using one of those things, you are deeding. Next is deed poll. My voice closed up for a second. Deed poll, 2 words. Second word is P-O-L-L. This is a noun from 1574, and the plural would be deeds poll. This is British, and it is a deed made and executed by only one party. And the example of this, the deed, is to change one's name. So, it's only one party. They're saying, I want to do this thing for myself, and it's a deed poll. But why is it called a deed poll? Let's see, deed plus poll, which is the adjective having the edges cut even rather than indented. How does why is it called a poll? The edges are even, they're not indented, and how does that get translated into something like changing somebody's name? The deed, I get the deed part. What will the word poll say when we get there? Next is deedy. Deedy. It's the same sound twice, but you emphasize the first one, and the spelling is different. D-E-E-D-Y. Adjective from 1615. This one is chiefly an English dialect, and the synonym is industrious. Because I guess maybe if you're industrious, you're doing a lot of deeds, so you're very deedy. Deedy. Next. It is DJ, all spelled out, D-E-E-J-A-Y. And this is a noun from circa 1948. The synonym on this Monday morning rockabilly traffic time is disc jockey. Disc jockey, yeah, because you get the D and the J from disc jockey, and then it becomes just the letters D and J, but then you can spell it out into one word, DJ. A DJ is also a verb. The DJ DJs the discs on the jockey machine. I have to assume that just the letters DJ are going to be in here. Let's take a quick little look. Let's see, D, there's going to be a whole lot of DIs. They're in the DI section. And then, oh, no, we skipped over to DO. There aren't going to be a lot of words in the D section that just are consonant to consonant. You know how that works? Yeah. Oh, yes, we definitely have DJ here. We only have 4, 5. Yeah, that whole section between DI and DO is a whole bunch of abbreviations. Okay, that was DJ. DJ, hey, Mr. DJ, I thought you said we had a deal.
I thought you said you scratch my back and I'll scratch your record, and I thought you said we had a deal.
Next. It is deem. D-E-E-M, verb from before the 12th century. This is starting with transitive, to come, to think, or judge. The synonym is consider, as in, deemed it wise to go slow. Maybe the road was all windy and wet and snowy, so we deemed it wise to go slow because we don't want to get into an accident or drive off a cliff. So we came to think or judge, it was wise to go slow. Intransitive is to have an opinion, and the synonym is believe. I believe. Now, how are these different? Transitive is you are making it happen. The intransitive, it's like, how is that the opposite? Let's see. It's like it's happening to you? You have an opinion? I don't know. That's a little bit weird. Seems like they have different definitions. This one word has different definitions, whether it's transitive or intransitive, or maybe my brain is just not processing it correctly, which is entirely possible. Let's see. This is from Old High German tuomen, which means to judge. From Old English dom, which means doom. Why doom? Doom became deem, because you're judging. Next word. De-emphasize, and there is a hyphen after the D. De-emphasize. Transitive verb from 1938, to reduce in relative importance, and then also the synonym play down. So we're reducing it in the relative importance of what it was. We're just like, no, it's not. It's really not that important. We're just going to de-emphasize whatever this thing is. Let's just play it down. De-emphasis is a noun. Put some de-emphasis on the thing that you are de-emphasizing. What would you de-emphasize? Yeah, lots of things. Let's move on to the next word. De-energize. There's a hyphen after the D here as well. I guess if you've got two letters, the D-E-E, the two E's together, you gotta separate them. De-energize, transitive verb from 1886, to connect from a source of electricity. Nope, to disconnect. I don't know if I said that, but I said it this time. To disconnect from a source of electricity, and then also shut off the power to. The things need energy. They need power, electricity, some sort of way to get energy. But if you are disconnecting it, you are de-energizing it. No more energy is going to the thing. De-energize. Okay, well, we're already on the last word. We have 3 forms, and the first one is incredibly long. It is the word deep. D-E-E-P, first form, adjective from before the 12th century, 1. Extending far from some surface or area. Extending far away from some surface or area. As 1A. Extending far downward, as in a deep well. Dig that well down so far it hits water. Yes, it's extending very far from the surface of the land up top. Maybe there's some grass there. 1B1, extending well inward from an outer surface, as in a deep gash, also as in a deep-chested animal. It goes well inside from an outer surface. So the gash on your finger goes very far into your finger relative to the size of your finger. I have had one of those. I cut the skin right on top of my knuckle, and it seemed like it went pretty deep. I mean, there's not like a lot of skin there anyway, but some places can go deeper than others. Deep-chested animal, would that be like a gorilla? They have a very Deep chest? I don't know. Or what's a deep-chested animal? 1B1. No, we did that one. 1B2. Not located superficially within the body. Not located superficially within the body. As in, deep pressure receptors in muscles. Deep pressure receptors. I don't know what this means. Not located superficially. So superficially would mean that it's on the surface, but it's not on the surface, or near the surface, I should say. It's down inside the body like a pressure receptor in a muscle. So that must be pretty deep inside of a muscle. 1C. Extending well back from a surface accepted as front. That's worded silly. As in, a deep closet. We don't have deep closets here. Maybe someday we'll have some deep closets, but no, they're all very shallow and small, and there's not enough of them. So extending well back from a surface accepted as front. So what you accept as the front of a thing, in this case, the closet door would be the front of the closet, and this goes well past that to the back. So that closet goes very deep. I just rewatched E.T., and the closet that he has goes very deep. It's a very big closet, although I think a couple people share it. 1D, extending far laterally from the center, as in deep borders of lace. So there's the center of the lace. Maybe it's like a doily that somebody made, and then it goes very far out to the side from the center. 1E, occurring or located near the outer limits of the playing area, as in hit to deep right field. Deep right field. So that's way out in the outer limits of the playing area. The baseball field is the playing area, and then past that, you can't play out there. It's gone. It's a home run area. So, but if it goes still into the playing area, but very far to the edge, that is deep right field. 1F, thrown deep, as in a deep pass. So wait, the word is in the definition. Thrown deep. Okay, well, what does deep mean? I don't know. Let's read through all these. Oh, thrown deep? Okay, what does deep mean? Okay. Yeah. Thrown deep, it's very far past, just way, way the hell down there, down the football field, but still in the playing area, because if it's outside of the playing area, yeah. So E and F are pretty similar. You're probably throwing it very close to the edge of the playing area in the F, and that's what E is as well. 2, having a specified extension in an implied direction, usually downward or backward, as in a shelf 20 inches deep. Specified extension in an implied direction, usually downward or backward. So from the thing in the front, and then you measure it 20 inches towards the back, so straight away from the front, or downward. I guess it depends on what's the context of that one. Every three-dimensional rectangle, a box, has a length, a width, and a depth. But it sort of depends on who you are or what way it's positioned. You're going to call one of them the depth. How deep is it? Well, what's the length? Which one's the width? Sometimes it doesn't really matter. So that was a shelf 20 inches deep. There's another example. Cars parked 3 deep. And you don't want to be the car on the inside because it's going to be very difficult to get your car out. That's triple parking. That's tough. You only do this when you know that you're not going to need to get to one of those cars down there on the inside. 3A, difficult to penetrate or comprehend, and the synonym is recondite. I think that's how you would say it. Recondite, as in deep mathematical problems. So they are very difficult to penetrate or comprehend. Sometimes these definitions are deep. They use my brain a lot. Mathematical problems that are deep. I mean, I understand how mathematical problems can be difficult to comprehend. Yeah. So, certain people are going to have different levels of comprehension for different levels of math, and that's okay. 3B, the synonyms are mysterious and obscure, as in a deep, dark secret. What is your deep, dark secret? It's very mysterious and it is obscure. 3C, grave in nature or effect, as in deepest disgrace. Grave in nature or effect, I would assume that means more serious. It's the nature or effect is very serious. And yes, disgrace, that would be very serious. Deepest disgrace is grave. 3D, of penetrating intellect. Something that's 3D has a depth to it. That's what makes it 3D. Okay, of penetrating intellect, the synonym is wise, as in a deep thinker. Oftentimes, I am very much not a deep thinker, but then sometimes I think I can think pretty deeply, and I think just like everybody else. Sometimes our thinking is just way up on the surface of, hey, what's for food? Hey, what's going on over there? Hey, let's go shopping. But sometimes you want to think very, very deep. Penetrating intellect. It's so deep, it penetrates into your intellect deeply. 3E, intensely engrossed or immersed, as in she was deep in her book. She physically could be deep in the book because, she's halfway through, even just a little bit. You could say, I'm deep in this book. I gotta finish it. I'm very deep in a book. I'm almost done. I gotta finish it. Not this book, a different book. But then, yes, you can also just be so engrossed you're so interested in the content that you're just deep in it and you just do not want to put it down. You clearly must be deeply into this podcast, and this episode proves it. 3F, characterized by profundity of feeling or quality, as in a deep sleep. There's a little bit more, but we could talk about this first. A deep sleep. I hope that you are all getting deep sleep. You got to get deep sleep. Make sure you don't eat too close to bedtime, and you're not scrolling the phone too close to bedtime. Maybe even put the phone out into another room. Make sure that your pillow situation is great under your head. It's the right height, and your blanket situation is good, and the temperature situation is good, and the noise level situation is good. Give yourself the best possible situation to get a deep sleep. Please and thank you. It can take some time to figure it out, and you probably change. You change as a person. So profundity of feeling or quality. It feels so good when you have a deep sleep. There is a synonym, deep-seated, deep-seated, and I think we're going to see that in tomorrow's episode, but there's another example, deep religious beliefs. So yes, it's profund. It has profundity. It is very profound, and there's lots of feeling or quality in your religious beliefs. Deep-seated. 4A is talking about a color, and it is high in saturation and low in lightness. So it's low in lightness basically means it's dark. It doesn't have a lot of lightness, so it's dark, but it is high in saturation, which means it's very saturated. That's what that means. It means that it's closer to the color, the actual color, and less to gray. Further away from gray, closer to the most possible version of that color that it can be, but not with a lot of lightness. That is a deep. So what, like a deep red? Yeah, it would be a dark, deep red. I use the word in the thing. It's a dark red, but it's still very, very red and not gray or black. Number 4B, this might still be talking about a color. No, it is not. Definitely not. It is having a low musical pitch or pitch range, as in a deep voice. Definitely not mine, but I do really love these instruments. I played the baritone saxophone and then the bass saxophone, and I got to try once a contrabass saxophone, and I love the contrabassoons, or just the bassoon in general, and the contrabassoon and the big old clarinets, the contra-alto clarinet, the contrabass clarinet. There's a bunch of other ones, but yeah, the double bass, the big musical stringed bass thing. These are great words. Yes, they are deep. The deep instruments, big old trombones, tubas, all of those, fantastic. I would love to have a low voice. 5A, situated well within the boundaries, as in a house deep in the woods. Watch out, could be a horror movie out there in the deep, deep woods. Situated well within the boundaries. So if there's a big old boundary and then the house is very close to the center, it is deep in those boundaries. 5B, remote in time or space. Remote in time or space. So something that is not... Wait, how do you comprehend this? Remote in space, that makes sense because it's not really like near other things. So that's deep in space, deep space. Or time. I mean, I know time and space go hand in hand. You can't separate them. But how can something be deep in time? So like a long time ago? That's interesting. 5C, being below the level of consciousness, as in deep neuroses. Deep neuroses are below the level of consciousness? What can be below the level of consciousness? I know you can go deep into your consciousness, especially with meditation. Still working on that. Neuroses, are these like your things that you feel neurotic about? 5D, covered, enclosed, or filled to a specified degree. This is usually used in combination, as in the example, ankle deep in mud. So your feet are covered, enclosed, or filled up to your ankle, which would be the specified degree. Covered, enclosed, or filled to a specified degree up to the ankles, covered in mud. Hopefully, you can pull your feet out with your shoes. They might get stuck, though. Number 6, the synonym is large, as in deep discounts. We all love a good discount, a sale. It's so large, that discount. 7, having many good players, as in a deep bullpen. So I think a bullpen, that's talking about baseball. So if they have a deep bullpen, all those players are so good. They have more than the other team, and they might win the game. A synonym for all of it is the word broad. Just very big and broad, deep. I mean, that doesn't always make sense for a lot of these definitions, but some of them. Deeply is an adverb. Deepness is a noun. And there is a phrase, which is in deep water. That means in difficulty or distress. Well, yes, if you are in deep water, you would probably be in a very difficult situation and maybe distressed. So if you are maybe more metaphorically in a difficult situation or distress, you would be in deep water. I think they also, you could say hot water maybe. That might be similar. Oh, there's etymology. Middle English, dep, Old English, diop, akin to the Old High German tiof, which means deep, from also Old English dipon, which means to dip. And there's more at the word dip. So just a dip in a thing is deep, I guess, is what they're saying. Next word is the second form of deep, adverb from before the 12th century, 1. To a great depth. And the synonym is deeply, as in still waters run deep. What does that mean? Still waters run deep. It's just another way to say deeply. Because it's an adverb. 2, far on. Synonym is late, as in danced deep into the night. Well, that's a place where you could use deep for time, well into the night, far into time, very late. Yeah, it's just deep. I don't think people really use this in that context a whole lot these days. Deep into the night. 3A, near the outer limits of the playing area. This is back to the baseball situation. As in the example, the shortstop was playing deep. So the shortstop went closer to the edges of the playing area because maybe the guy up at bat, the girl, doesn't matter, was maybe can hit real good. So the shortstop was getting ready to try and catch a ball far out there by the deep area. 3B, the synonym is the number 6 definition for the word long, and that is probably the similar example to the deep pass. That was, thrown deep. Go long, go deep. That's what they say in the football. One more word. The third form of deep. Noun from before the 12th century. 1A, a vast or immeasurable extent. So far, you cannot even measure it. That's how vast this thing is. There's a synonym. It's the abyss. The abyss. There's a movie called The Abyss, and it's very deep and scary. 1B1, the extent of surrounding space or time. The extent of surrounding space or time is deep. Just all up in going around in space in all the directions, way far out there is deep. 1B2, the synonym is ocean. You can call the ocean just the deep because it's very expansive and goes very far in lots of directions towards you, away from you, and also down, just down. 2, any of the deep portions of a body of water, specifically a generally long and narrow area in the ocean where the depth exceeds 3,000 fathoms, which is also 550 meters. And I'm going to do some Googling real quick to tell you how many feet that is if you prefer it in that way. So what do we got? 5,000. I don't even know what I said, but it's 5,500 meters. And let's see, meters to feet. That is just over 18,000 feet. Just over 18,000 feet, specifically 18,044 feet, 0.62. But then how many yards is that? Do you want to know how many yards it is? It's 6,014 yards. But how many miles? Because 5,280, it's a little under 3.5 miles. So 3,000 fathoms. See, we're working with so many different measurements. It's very complicated. But yes, the deep of the ocean in the very specific situation is further down than 3.5 miles, basically. 5,500 meters. Number 3, the middle or most intense part, as in the deep of winter. Right there in the middle. That's probably the worst part. 4, any of the fathom points on a sounding line other than the marks. Any of the fathom points on a sounding line other than the marks. I have to imagine this is something with boats, maybe fishing. They got a line out there that goes real far. There's marks on it to show different lengths, maybe fathoms or something. But they're fathom points, but they're not the marks. So it's very deep. Those were all the episodes. Now is the time to pick a word of the episode. We had deed, deed poll, DD, DJ, deem, de-emphasize, de-energize, deep, deep, deep. What do we think? What do we think is a good one? There's some fine things in here. I don't know. Let's see. Deep. I mean, that one was massive. There's so many things that can be deep. I do like some deep thoughts, deep thinking things, make you think deep. The concepts, thoughts that are deep. Deep thoughts with Jack Handy. Oh, maybe I'll put some links in there. Yeah, maybe we'll just pick deep as the word of the episode. Should we find one of the deep thoughts from Jack Handy? If you don't know what it is, I'll put a link in the show notes so you can go look it up. But I gotta quickly search one. Is it Deep Thoughts? I think that's what it was called. Yeah. Oh, is it actually a book? Did they make it into a book? Interesting. All right, let's just click on one of these random links. Okay, who is this? I think these are all fake. All right, we're just gonna pick this short one. And now, Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. If I ever get real rich, I hope I'm not real mean to poor people like I am now. That was Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. If I ever get real rich, I hope I'm not real mean to poor people like I am now. Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. That's the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this podcast called The Dictionary. I am Spencer. I am the reader for today and all the days, and I read the book, and then I tell you the things that I think about the book as I come across them, and then we just like to have a little chat about them. This episode, we are going to have so much fun today. It's all deep words. Other than the word deep, this is literally the entire deep section. The next word in tomorrow's episode is not deep. It's something whole new. All right, the first word in this deep episode. Oh, we go so deep. Deep dish is the first word. 2 words with a hyphen. Adjective from 1918. 104 years ago. They were making things deep dish. This is just baked in a deep dish. A dish that can be baked. It's probably metal, and it's deep. It goes down deep into the recesses of the dish's consciousness, and that's what it is. As in a deep dish pizza. I think we are all familiar with a deep dish pizza. I hope you are. You've probably at least heard of it, if not eaten one. There's an especially baked in a deep dish with usually a fruit filling and no bottom crust. Well, this must be talking about a pie, a fruit pie, not a pizza pie, because we don't usually put fruit fillings in our pizza pies, especially not our deep dish pizza pies. I think the way that you make a deep dish pizza is you put the crust in the dish, it goes up the sides, you fill it in with all of the gooey goodness, and then you put a thin layer of crust on top of it again. And then I think you put some sauce on top of that too. And I sure could use some of that right now. Oh, deep dish pizza. I mean, I'm from the Chicago area. This is where I think, I don't know if it was invented, the deep dish pizza. Maybe it was invented in Chicago. Uno's Pizzeria. Uno's, I think, might have been one of the first ones. Giordano's. Everybody's got it. Lou Malnati's. All the good stuff. And yes, okay, it's called a pizza. Some people don't call it a pizza. They say this isn't pizza. This is a whole different thing. But it's still technically pizza. So deal with it. And you may like it, you may hate it. I enjoy all the pizzas. The thin, the pan, the deep, the cardboard. If it's pizza, I will like it. I am not against any region's pizzas. If it's pizza, and now currently in my life, it's got to be vegan, and then I will eat it. I will eat it all. Deep dish. Next word. Ooh. Deep ecology. 2 words. Noun from 1984. A movement or a body of concepts that considers humans no more important than other species and that advocates a corresponding radical readjustment of the relationships between humans and nature. And I like this very much. Deep ecology. It is ecology for the world, but it goes so deep that humans and nature and other living beings are all equal. We're going to have to post a link in the show notes if you want to learn more about this. Whatever it is, I love it. Deep ecologist is what I want to be when I grow up. I think we may also need to post a link in the show notes for deep dish pizza. Just, the history of it, all that good stuff. How to make it. I think that would be good. Ooh. Deepen is next. Verb from 1598, starting with transitive, to make deep or deeper. I think we need to deepen our deep dish pizza to make it even deeper. Intransitive is to become deeper or more profound. So more deep thoughts, even more deeper than they were before. How deep can you go with those thoughts, with the pizza, with the other things that are out there in deep space? Ooh. Next is deep fat. 2 words. Noun from 1908. Hot fat or oil deep enough in a cooking utensil to cover the food to be fried. So some foods you just fry in a little layer of fat or oil, but sometimes you need to fry a food all around, like the fries at a fast food place or whatever else gets fried. You need a very deep thing of oil or fat. So deep fat is just a whole lot of it, so it can be totally fried all the way around. And that's how we want our things to be fried. The most unhealthy possible. Deep fat. Why isn't it deep oil? Will we see deep oil? No, but we are coming to more fry things. Ooh. Next is deep focus. Noun from 1948. A photographic effect or technique, as in filmmaking, characterized by great depth of field. So depth of field is basically how much is in focus. So depending on a whole lot of factors, but specifically depending on the lens that you are using or what part of the lens you're using, if it's a zoom lens, also how much light and how you adjust your lens to deal with the light, those will have big effects on the depth of focus, the depth of field, I should say. And so it will be either very shallow depth of field, which maybe it could be a few millimeters, it could be an inch or 2 inches. That's only that little space is going to be in focus. Or you could change those things and you could have a whole lot more light and you could go down to a higher f-stop. And so you're using kind of a different part of the lens. You've opened it up. And so you have a bigger depth of field where a lot of things are in focus. And, if you're using a much wider lens, then you're good. Maybe everything is in focus. Feet upon feet upon feet upon yards on meters. Everything is in focus. So that's deep focus. Does it make sense? Okay, good. Whoop. Next is deep freeze. 1 word with a capital D. This is a trademark, and it is used for a freezer for food storage. So the Deep Freeze company makes the deep freezers so you can store lots of things very cold. Ooh. Next is deep freeze again. This is 2 words with a hyphen, no capitals. unless it's the beginning of a sentence. This is a transitive verb from 1943. Number 1, the synonym is quick freeze. Quick freeze? Yeah, I assume it's a process of freezing something quick, but I guess also deep. I wouldn't necessarily think that something that's frozen quick is also frozen deep, but maybe it is. Number 2, to store in a frozen state. Just deep freeze. Okay, deep freeze it. I don't know why you have to say both. Can't you just say freeze it? But if it's being put in a deep freeze trademark company thing, then yes, it's deep freeze. Ooh. Deep freeze again, 2 words, no hyphen. Noun from 1948. 1 is the synonym, the number 2 definition for the word cold storage. As in, a bill in deep freeze awaiting a new Congress. And that is a quote from Newsweek. So it's just something that's chilling, maybe not literally chilling, just hanging out, waiting for its time. It's in deep freeze. It's like the back of the burner, the brain burner in the back. It's just waiting. Number 2, intense cold. So just, you go out to maybe the Arctic regions or near the poles in the north or the south or just anywhere that's really cold. So cold, you will be in a deep freeze. Ooh. Next is deep fry. 2 words with a hyphen. Transitive verb from 1922. To cook in deep fat. Because it is a lot. It's not shallow fat, it's deep fat. There's so much fat or oil that you deep fry it. I don't know if I ever really thought about why there was the word deep there until just a few minutes ago when we read deep fat. One night with some people many years ago, I don't know, 15 years ago, maybe more than that, it was deep fat fried night dinner, and I felt so bad afterwards, but it was very tasty. It's not something that you can do very often. Just a tiny bit of something, maybe fried a little bit now and then. Just a little bit is okay. You don't want to overdo it. Your arteries cannot handle that. Whew. That's what I say after a deep fry meal. Whew. Deep fryer. 2 words. Noun from 1950. A utensil suitable for deep fat frying. Now, why is deep fry from 1922 and deep fryer is from 1950? What did you deep fry things in before the deep fryer 28 years later? There must have been something not called a deep fryer. But yeah, if you're going to deep fat fry something, you need a deep fryer. Whew. Deep pocket is next. Noun from 1975. 1. A person or an organization having substantial financial resources. They have a lot of money, basically, and there's just a whole lot of it, so they can kind of just do almost whatever they want. They got deep pockets, because the pockets is where you usually put your money, at least back in the day. Now, it's more of a metaphorical thing, because we don't usually have money in our pockets, at least not cash. You might have a wallet with a bunch of credit cards, but it's the idea of having deep pockets. That's where there's lots of money in the deep pockets. Number 2 is plural. Substantial financial resources. Just that. Just deep pockets is just a lot of financial resources. As in, a corporation with deep pockets. Deep pocketed is 2 words with a hyphen, and that is an adjective, and that is what we all want to be. I would very much like to have deep pockets so I can do the things. I can help the people, help the animals, help the charities. You say, here's money, go do the things that you got to do. You need the money more than me. But I need a little bit. Ooh. Next is deep-rooted. 2 words with a hyphen. Adjective from the 15th century. deeply implanted or established, as in a deep-rooted loyalty. This is a metaphorical phrase, deep-rooted, not literally. There are trees that have roots that go deep, so they are literally deep-rooted, but we don't usually call them that. When we use deep-rooted, we're talking about this more ephemeral, mental sort of thing, like loyalty. If you have deep-rooted loyalty, it goes deep. That's the only way to describe it. Ooh. Next is deep sea, 2 words with a hyphen, and sea is S-E-A, like the water, not being able to see things very far away. Adjective from 1626, of, relating to, or occurring in the deeper parts of the sea. Oh, well, if we look back in yesterday's episode, might it be a place that's either 3,000 fathoms or 5,500 meters or 18,000 feet? So yeah, just anything out there in the deep, deep waters is deep sea, as in the example, deep sea fishing, because you're gonna see different kinds of creatures in those areas that don't live in the shallow areas. The deep sea. Anything in the sea kind of freaks me out a little bit. I mean, I might go swimming a little bit, but the deep, the deepness, it just goes on forever, and it's dark and deep out there. Ooh. Next is deep-seated, 2 words with a hyphen, and this is seated, spelled S-E-A-T-E-D, like you're sitting on a seat, not seeded like the seeds of an apple. That's a different seated. Deep-seated, adjective from 1741, 1. Situated far below the surface, as in a deep-seated inflammation. So you got some inflammation in your body, but it's not right up there on the skin. It's way down deep inside of your body, and you might need some medication or something to fix it. Number 2, firmly established, as in a deep-seated tradition. The tradition is sitting deep inside of just the stuff, because it's not a physical thing. Whoo. Next is deep 6, 2 words with a hyphen, and 6 is like the number 6 all spelled out. This is a transitive verb from 1952. 1, to get rid of. To get rid of. And the synonyms are discard and eliminate, as in legislators voting to deep 6 a government program. We also have a number 2, but there's no etymology. I'm not sure why. I've heard of 86 as something that's just not there anymore. Like in a restaurant, they'll say 86 this. We don't have it. It's gone. But deep 6. Oh, well, we might actually learn in the next one. But before that, we have number 2, slang. To throw overboard is to deep 6. Maybe it's I have some thoughts. Let's read the next one before we go making up some stuff. Deep 6. Ooh. Deep 6. That's what we got next. 2 words. Noun from 1929. It is slang, and it is a place of disposal or abandonment. And this is used especially in the phrase, give it the deep 6. So this is from the Leadsman's Call, or the Leadsman's Call, which they would say, by the deep 6, and that was for a depth corresponding to the 6th deep on a sounding line. Well, we don't know what the 6th deep is on a sounding line, but it's something we were reading in yesterday's episode that there was some information about that. Any of the fathom points on a sounding line other than the marks. So the sixth one, we need to put a link in the show notes so we learn what this is and how far. What is the sixth deep on a sounding line? Is it a fathom? Is it deep a fathom? So is it 6 fathoms or is it more than that? But they want they would say by the deep 6, and that would be a call for a depth corresponding to the 6th deep. Oh boy, this is so confusing if you don't know what it is. But we'll get you some more information in the show notes for sure. I was also thinking that, because it's disposal or abandoning or throwing overboard, maybe it had something to do with how graves are 6 feet deep. It's deep, and then the water is deep. I don't know, but yeah. Well, let's do a little research for the people, and then they can just click on the link and read. Or maybe I'll just write it out so in real simple terms. You don't have to read that much. Deep 6. Next. Who? Deep sky. 2 words with a hyphen. Adjective from 1968. Relating to or existing in space outside the solar system. As in deep sky objects. So space outside the solar system. I think we have a new phrase for this. Isn't it interstellar? No. Wait. It's something like that. The 2 things, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, they are out past the area, past the solar system, the area where the sun's energy, the sun's heat, the sun's light, all of the stuff that comes off the sun, at a certain point it stops. It gets so low that it's like, okay, that's the edge of the solar system. And so I guess here, deep sky was one term for that, because it's the space outside the solar system. But yeah, I think we have a new term. I don't know if it's interstellar or something like that. Interstellar space. Yeah, I think it's past the sun's area. Okay, deep sky objects. That was the example if I didn't say it. And I think they chose a better term, because deep sky, you look up at the sky, but you can't really see that far. Yeah. We just have a more scientific name now these days. Whew. Next is deep space. 2 words. Noun from circa 1952. I think that we should probably post a picture of the new deep space pictures that James Webb telescope took, and then we'll also post a link in the show notes to give more information about what is deep space. But the definition here says space well outside the Earth's atmosphere, and especially that part lying beyond the Earth-Moon system. So just anything in space that is past our little Earth-Moon system, which is very tiny in relative terms, anything past that is just deep space. There's a lot of space between here and the other planets and the sun, and then even past that. Whew, it's so deep. Space is deep, man. Ooh. Next is deep structure. 2 words. Noun from 1964. A formal representation of the underlying semantic content of a sentence. Also, the structure which such a representation specifies. And I'm not so sure what that one means. A formal representation of the underlying sentence semantic content of a sentence. The semantics, yeah, I would love an example, but I think to get an example, we would need a whole lot more space to figure this out. What is the deep structure of a sentence? I don't think the structures of my sentence are particularly deep. Okay, the next word is a bit. So it is and it is not on the adult side. Where it came from is on the adult side, but the thing itself it's more political than anything. Let's just read it. We got to talk about it. Ooh, it's deep throat. 2 words. This is a noun from 1973. It's often capitalized. the D and the T. And it is an informant who divulges damaging information under cover of anonymity. You know this word. Just your mouth doesn't want to say it. Anonymity. Okay, so the informant is anonymous, and they are giving away extremely damaging information, but they stay anonymous. Here's the thing. The person who was the original Deep Throat, they are not anonymous anymore. They released their name information at a certain point. But there are other things, I guess, that could be considered, or other people since then, since the 1970s, that were considered Deep Throat. But why the name? Well, it says, it is from the nickname given to such an informant in the Watergate scandal by Bob Woodward. So Bob Woodward was a U.S. journalist who was born in 1943, and he got information. He and another guy who I can't remember the name of, they got information, anonymous information from this person, and they named the person because they were anonymous. They couldn't give him the real name. They named them Deep Throat, I guess because there was a lot of information in their mouth. So it sort of went deep, but it's more specifically, and I'm reading this in the etymology, it is more specifically from the title of a pornographic film from 1972. So it had just come out the year before, and that was on everybody's mind. And it was a very, to use that term in this political situation was probably very crazy. I don't know. That's not the right word, but it was something. The whole Watergate thing was just something crazy. Anyway. There was a pornographic film named Deep Throat, which, we don't need to give a lot of information, but basically something goes into the mouth, into the throat very deeply, and that's all you need to know. But yeah, specifically it's about this political situation where somebody is anonymous giving information that damages somebody else. Oh, and I can't remember the name of the guy who was this first Deep Throat. I'll put it in the show notes. You can learn all about the Watergate scandal, all that fun stuff. Watergate, do we want to get into that whole thing? I mean, if you're hearing a thing that has gate put to the end of it, it all stems from Watergate. Watergate was the name of the hotel where I think all this happened, and so then it's like, now you just add gate to the end of a thing and it becomes the scandal? So silly. All right. One more word for this episode. Ooh. Deep water. One word. It is an adjective from 1795 of relating to or characterized by water of considerable depth. No, depth with a P, depth. The water has a lot of depth, as in deep water sailors. So they go out on the waters in a boat that's very deep. The boat is deep, but more specifically, the water is deep. Especially able to accommodate ocean-going vessels, as in deep water ports. So the ocean-going vessels are very large, and the bottoms of them probably go pretty deep into the water because they have to be big to be out in such deep water. So when they come to a port, the port needs to be very large and deep to be able to hold these ocean-going vessels. So that's why the ports are deep water ports. And the sailors who work in the boats are deep water sailors, and the vessels are deep water boats probably. Okay, it's time to pick a word of the episode. I will just quickly reread them. We had deep dish, deep ecology, deepen, deep fat, deep focus, deep freeze, deep freeze, deep freeze, deep fry, deep fryer, deep pocket, deep rooted, deep sea, deep seated, deep six, deep sky, deep space, deep structure, deep throat, and deep water. Well, since we're here, I just have to quickly mention that there's a character in that show, The Boys, called Deep or The Deep, and he can talk to the fishes and more. But we're not here to talk about that. I just had to throw it out there because that's a great show, and it's for adults. There were a lot of words that I really liked in this episode. I don't usually have so many that I really like. I like deep space. I think anything out in deep space is fascinating. What else was there? It's good to have deep pockets, but most of us don't. Most of us have very, very shallow pockets or inverted pockets because we owe so much money. Let's see, what else? Their deep focus. I appreciate that from a photography, videography standpoint. I deal with depth of field often in my work. And, deep fat, if you want to fry something, that's great, but only tiny, tiny, tiny little bits throughout your life. Deep ecology, I thought that was fascinating, and I want to read up more on that probably. But, I want to reread this one because I think it's important. It is a movement or a body of concepts that considers humans no more important. Humans are not any more important than other species. This is what I think, and a lot of other people think this, and I think more people need to understand this. We are not any more important. They have every right to be here on this planet, living their best lives, not being injured or hurt in any way. They have personalities. They have feelings, physical and mental. They have consciousnesses. And also, it advocates a corresponding radical readjustment of the relationships between humans and nature. We need to totally adjust how humans deal with nature, whether or not you believe that we are equal to other species. We do need an adjustment to how humans deal with nature because right now, and we're working on this, but right now with climate change, everything is super fucked up, and we desperately need to change things to make it not so fucked up. I wonder if there's a newer term for this, deep ecology. And then, of course, deep dish. How can I not love deep dish pizza? It's just so good. I think I was so tempted to pick deep dish, but I think I kind of have to pick deep ecology just because of what I think it means for us as humans and other species and just nature in general. I think we have to pick that one. Deep dish, close. So close, you just got eked out just a little bit. I think I'm going to need to get some deep dish. Ooh, can we deep fry some deep dish pizza? Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Just don't ever deep fry deep dish pizza. Wink, wink. Okay, deep ecology. I think deep ecology is really important. We need to all become better. Okay. We are going to end this episode there. Thank you very much for listening to this stuff that I say out of my mouth. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.